Chapter 326, The Power of Knowledge. Chapter 326, The Power of Knowledge. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli cleared his throat, and with his arms behind his back, he glanced at the surroundings. He wanted to say something, but after noticing that the donkey had made the feet of the furniture wet through licking, leaving a puddle of its saliva on the floor, a feeling of expecting better from someone arose in his heart. As Jin Duoming was descending from the second floor, Wang Baoli kicked the donkey while Jin Duoming wasn't paying attention. He then raised his head to look at Jin Duoming, smiling while nodding. "Yeah, it's a little shabby indeed," Wang Baoli said approvingly. The donkey he just kicked immediately straightened its ears, looking innocently at Wang Baoli. Its eyes uncontrollably drifted towards the table at the side. Noticing the donkey's behavior, Wang Baoli was speechless as he thought about how stupid it was. It would definitely be an embarrassment to him if he were to bring the donkey out in public in the future. However, after considering that Jin Duoming had thoughts of purchasing it, Wang Baoli was relieved. When he turned to look at Jin Duoming, his smile became even more exuberant. Right now, Jin Duoming was approaching. Hearing Wang Baoli's words, he raised his eyebrows. He was being courteous previously. In reality, he had put great thought and effort into everything in this mansion. The cost of designing it was astonishing, and that was especially so for the sofa, which was his favorite. He was extremely annoyed, but based on his understanding of Wang Baoli, he knew that Wang Baoli was someone who he couldn't speak sense with. However, he still wanted to educate Wang Baoli, and therefore pointed to the sofa with a smile. Indeed, they're nothing impressive. However, this sofa should narrowly make the cut. It is made from the skin of a core formation beast king and nourished by the spirit blood of core formation cultivators for many years. Its interior is not made of wood but the beast king's bones. Therefore, this sofa can be considered the embodiment of the beast king. Cultivating while sitting on it gets the job done with half the effort. After giving a simple description of it, Jin Duoming smiled when he noticed Wang Baoli gasping. He stopped talking about his house. Instead, his gaze fell on the donkey beside Wang Baoli. With just a look at it, Jin Duoming's eyes lit up. The donkey really did appear pretty good, especially after Wang Baoli had neatened it up, as if trying to package it. Its black fur glistened, and its straight, upright ears made it look vulnerable, while its wide eyes revealed a look of innocence and curiosity towards the world. That made the donkey doubly attractive. Therefore, with just a single look at it, Jin Duoming concluded that the little donkey was definitely an extraordinary creature. Feelings of affection grew in his heart, such that he frowned and looked towards Wang Baoli when he noticed that the confused-looking donkey was being tied by a thick rope. "Fellow Daoist Wang, why did you tie this creature up? Quickly loosen it since you're already here. This creature seems to harbor some spirituality and looks to be relatively young. If you don't treat it nicely, it might view humans as enemies. Furthermore, creatures at this age like to mimic their owners. It seems like you're not a suitable owner for this creature." Jin Duoming was a little unhappy. After all, to him, it was obvious that Wang Baoli was mistreating the donkey. Hearing those words, Wang Baoli immediately began to feel some anger sprouting within him. However, after reminding himself that Jin Duoming was a tycoon, he felt that it was unnecessary to hold grudges with a rich tycoon whom he was going to do business with. In keeping with his principles as a responsible seller, he gave Jin Duoming a reminder. "Let me say this first. This donkey is a glutton. If it eats anything here after I release it, it's not my concern." Wang Baoli felt that he should make things clear beforehand. Otherwise, if Jin Duoming demanded him to pay for any losses, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Upon hearing Wang Baoli's words, Jin Duoming laughed. He spoke calmly, with a tinge of arrogance in his eyes. "It's just some food, isn't it? I, Jin Duoming, don't have much, but I have loads of pills and food. If it wants to eat it, let it be. Charge it all to me. Besides, I've decided that I want this creature. Let's negotiate the price later on. Don't worry, I, Jin Duoming, would never retract my words when I say that I want to buy something. As for the price, you'll definitely be satisfied with it." As Jin Duoming spoke, his eyes stayed on the donkey. The more he looked at it, the fonder he was of it. Wang Baoli felt relieved after hearing what Jin Duoming said. He quickly removed the ropes tied around the donkey and spoke delightedly after patting its head several times. "All right, this is your new home from now on." The donkey, which was loosened from the ropes, seemed a little afraid. It looked at Wang Baoli, then at Jin Duoming, moving backwards a few steps with a look of fear on its face. As Jin Duoming watched its reaction, he felt a pain in his heart before looking at Wang Baoli unhappily. Wang Baoli cleared his throat and was about to discuss the selling price for the donkey with Jin Duoming when the donkey's eyes suddenly lit up upon realizing what was happening. It suddenly grew bold, its eyes shining bright as it retreated and approached a pill placed on an ancient shelf. It opened its mouth, instantly breaking apart the protective covering of the pill with its teeth, before swallowing it whole, together with the pill bottle. Seeing what was happening, Wang Baoli had wanted to scold the donkey sternly, but even before he uttered a word, Jin Duoming, who was standing at the side, began to praise the little donkey. "How impressive is this little creature? It moves so quickly, and disregards the protective covering. Go on, eat whatever you like here." Jin Duoming behaved as if he had just found a treasure. He switched off all the protective covering of the ancient shelf, exposing all the pill bottles. The donkey seemed to be in disbelief as it looked at the pills, and then at Jin Duoming, hyperventilating. In its memory since birth, it was beaten every single time it ate something. However, this was the only exception where it could let loose and eat whatever it desired. This made the donkey extremely agitated. It dashed towards the shelf. With a loud crunch, it swallowed yet another pill bottle. Wang Baoli decided to kindly remind Jin Duoming when he saw what was happening. "It can really eat." As Jin Duoming listened, he slanted his head and looked at Wang Baoli, smiling arrogantly. "So, let it eat then." Listening to the words coming out of this tycoon's mouth, Wang Baoli felt breathless. For some unknown reason, when he looked at the donkey munching on the pill bottles, he grew anxious. With Jin Duoming's encouragement, and upon realizing that for the first time, Wang Baoli wasn't trying to control it, the donkey grew extremely exhilarated. It screamed in joy, its squeals reverberating in all directions. In its delight, it picked up speed and began sweeping through the first floor of Jin Duoming's mansion. It swallowed all the pill bottles. The donkey didn't pass up the dharmic treasures hung on the wall either. After finding the taste acceptable after a few mouthfuls, it swallowed a few pieces of dharmic treasures. Even though the items didn't belong to him, Wang Baoli grew increasingly mortified as he looked on. He hurriedly spoke. "Jin Duoming, we have an agreement. You wanted this donkey, so don't you regret it later on." Jin Duoming, who was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the donkey tearing apart a fourth-grade numinous treasure with its teeth and eating it, simply waved it off. "Relax, will you? I'll give you a dharmic armament in exchange for the donkey." Wang Baoli felt relieved hearing Jin Duoming's words. He thought silently in his heart that he had struck gold with this deal. At the same time, Jin Duoming, who had his back facing Wang Baoli, also carried a look of delight in his eyes as he thought about how worth it the deal was for himself. Wang Baoli has always been sharp. However, he still made a loss this time. This shows the power of knowledge. In reality, he had heard about how the donkey ate everything in its sight while it was in Dao Mountain Mist Academy. However, he didn't consider that an issue, as he thought it was nothing out of the ordinary. That was because according to the news attained by Trilunaris Corporation, young ferocious beasts, especially those who were just born, would be undergoing their first cultivation spurt. He was clear that young beasts at this critical stage would need large amounts of nutrients and spirit chi. The more they took in, the higher the level of cultivation they could reach during this first spurt. However, there was a limit as well. Once the beast was satiated, it wouldn't continue eating. With that thought, Jin Duoming's smile grew even wider. The donkey was like a tornado, eating all the pills on the ancient shelf, and even began licking the furniture as if it was famished. Jin Duoming waved his hand, and the wall on his right receded into the ground, revealing a large storage room, where bottles of pills and pieces of numinous treasures were present in piles. Wang Baoli's jaw dropped. The donkey shrilled in happiness and immediately dashed into the storage room, eating like there was no tomorrow. Jin Duoming spoke arrogantly with his hands behind his back. "There are more here." Actually, I also want to know how much this donkey can eat. Looking at the donkey screaming in delight as it ravaged the space, Wang Baoli blinked several times. He had a gut feeling that something bad would happen and cleared his throat. Brother Jin, let's not bother about the donkey. How about we negotiate the price for it? Jin Duoming laughed when he heard those words. He looked at the donkey with satisfaction and fondness, before heading up to the second floor with Wang Baoli. They sat there, discussing the price. Wang Baoli symbolically negotiated the price, but eventually set it as a 7th-grade dharmic armament, together with some cultivation materials. Both parties were satisfied and were about to seal the deal when suddenly, a loud boom emerged from the first floor. At the same time, a few guards and female servants rushed in, exclaiming in disbelief. Heavens! What happened here? Was there a burglar? Chapter 327, I'm going back on my word, and I don't want it anymore. Chapter 327, I'm going back on my word, and I don't want it anymore. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The loud bang and commotion downstairs caused Wang Baoli's heart to beat furiously. He stood up immediately, and even before he could rush Jin Duoming into completing the transaction, Jin Duoming had already charged towards the first floor, bewildered. This is the end. Wang Baoli slapped his forehead and let out a long sigh as he hurriedly followed after Jin Duoming. Thoughts of how to salvage the situation darted about in his mind, but when they arrived on the first floor, Wang Baoli took a very deep breath and realized that any form of compensation would be useless. The entire first floor was entirely different from how they had left it. The storage room was completely empty. Not only were the pills and numinous treasures gone, but even the racks had vanished. There was also a long, wide trench in the ground where the wall had previously descended. Right now, there was no more wall in that place, seemingly having been dug out forcefully. At the same time, the other walls that stood around seemed to have collapsed. The other storage rooms that were revealed had been ravaged and were completely empty. It wouldn't be much of an issue if that was it. However, in the Great Hall on the first floor, the numinous treasures hanging on the walls had disappeared. The curtain weaved using the spirit thread was gone, and there was only half of the lamp made from spirit stones remaining, with obvious signs that it had been chewed off. The furniture was also scattered and broken into innumerable pieces. The ancient shelves didn't escape the catastrophe either and had all collapsed onto the floor in pieces. The carpet, as well as some parts of the floor, were also damaged, with uncountable teeth marks on them. The only part of the entire first floor that seemed intact now was Jin Duoming's favorite sofa. Witnessing everything before his eyes, Wang Baoli felt a headache pounding in his head. He looked at Jin Duoming. Jin Duoming was dumbfounded, incredulous at whatever had happened. A look of bewilderment appeared in his eyes for the very first time, but after he vaguely noticed that his precious sofa was still intact, he took a deep breath and forcefully revealed a smile. Thank goodness. However, even before he could complete his sentence, the leather of the sofa sank, as if something was chewing it from the inside. Piercing sounds of something tearing were heard, and instantly, a hole appeared, and the donkey's head emerging from inside. It disregarded Wang Baoli, and after noticing Jin Duoming, it screamed in delight. Son! Son! Those screams were extremely loud and energetic. At the same time, the donkey had achieved a breakthrough in its cultivation, advancing to the second level of the true breath realm from the first level. Its fur glowed, and it looked even more impressive. Jin Duoming was thrown into a blur once again. His body trembled, his breathing quickened visibly, and his eyes widened. Wang Baoli looked at Jin Duoming, taking a deep breath before he tried to persuade him. Brother Jin, don't be rash. Didn't you say just now? It's just eating some food. Grab hold of it. Even before Wang Baoli could complete his sentence, Jin Duoming had already jumped up in rage, screaming angrily. The guards and servants around Jin Duoming immediately charged towards the donkey. The donkey that had clearly been frightened turned and hurriedly buried itself into the sofa. Cracking sounds instantly reverberated like never before. Jin Duoming was extremely shocked, and as he personally rushed towards the donkey, a loud boom was heard. The structure of the sofa instantly broke down. By then, the donkey had already escaped. Its speed was fast to begin with, and now that it achieved a breakthrough in its cultivation, it was even faster. It also seemed to have misinterpreted the situation as others snatching its food. Therefore, as it escaped, it hurriedly ran away while eating everything it saw along the way. The furniture that was strewn around was also chewed on, half the lamp was also eaten, and even the sofa was bitten by it again. That wasn't all. After advancing to the second level of the true breath realm, it seemed to be equipped with an extraordinary ability. With a swift turn, it managed to avoid Jin Duoming and company as it dashed towards the second level. Seeing that the donkey had gone up to the second floor, Jin Duoming turned even more frustrated and anxious, dashing out as he screamed. Wang Baoli helplessly looked at the crowd of people chasing after the donkey to the second floor. Before long, the sounds of items falling to the ground and breaking apart emerged from the second floor, coupled with occasional screams by the donkey. Son! Son! Witnessing what was happening, Wang Baoli slapped his forehead in frustration. He knew that it was very likely that the transaction would be called off, and that wasn't far from the truth. Even though the donkey moved quickly, it still paled in comparison to the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators that were after him, and they eventually caught it. Therefore, a few minutes later, at the main gate to Jin Duoming's mansion, more specifically, the broken and chewed main gate, Wang Baoli and the donkey were being thrown out under the watchful eyes of the guards. Every guard looked hostile, their eyes filled with vigilance as they looked at the donkey. Wang Baoli grew extremely frustrated at the situation, and after glancing at the guards standing near the broken main gate of the mansion, he looked awkwardly at Jin Duoming and exclaimed loudly. Brother Jin, even though this donkey is unruly, it is a precious creature. Why don't you reconsider, since you firmly said that you wanted it just now? Wang Baoli was indignant. Listening to Wang Baoli's words, Jin Duoming's face cringed. He felt that he must have been crazy or possessed by evil spirits just now to have gained an interest in the donkey. Even though the donkey's teeth were impressive, its appetite was shocking, which made its abilities to wreak havoc even more astonishing. The total value of the sofa, ancient shelves, pills, and numerous treasures was equal to that of 2 7th-grade dharmic armaments. After all, the sofa was one of the few left in the entire Federation and was extremely expensive. It was imported from Earth, and after being swallowed by the little donkey, it only allowed it to advance from the first to the second level of true breath stage. It must be kept in mind that the donkey was still having its growth spurt. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to imagine that the donkey was a creature of inferior caliber. Jin Duoming thought that even if an ordinary pig from Earth were to consume all those resources, it would probably have reached the third or fourth level of true breath realm already. With that thought, Jin Duoming made an announcement, with his face as black as charcoal. I'm going back on my word, and I don't want it anymore. Didn't you say that you, Jin Duoming, would never regret your words? How about this? I don't want those resources anymore. All I want is a 7th-grade dharmic armament. Wang Baoli was indignant, and he tried to bargain. Seeing that Wang Baoli didn't relent, Jin Duoming was troubled. If it were someone else, he could still try to be unreasonable. However, he understood Wang Baoli's bad temper very well, and now, he let out a long sigh as he tried convincing Wang Baoli. Brother Baoli, there is no grudge between us. I really don't want it anymore, and I was wrong. If I were to buy this donkey, it would eat me poor. Wang Baoli could relate. He sighed and tried to say something. Why don't I leave the donkey with you first? You can give me a 7th-grade dharmic armament in the future. So Baoli, please don't joke about this. Leave quickly, please. Even if you were to give it to me for free, I don't want it. How about I give you some pills? Jin Duoming hurriedly spoke, before gritting his teeth and tossing out a storage bag. There were no dharmic armaments, but there were at least some cultivation materials. After grabbing hold of the storage bag, Wang Baoli saw Jin Duoming disappearing at lightning speed before his eyes, and the guards stood at attention as if they were enemies. He sighed and tilted his head to look at the donkey, who now had its ears perked up, growling softly as it looked back at Wang Baoli, acting as if it had wrongly suffered. Son! To hell with your screams! Wang Baoli slapped it hard, but the donkey seemed to not feel a tinge of pain. Instead, its eyes lit up, as if it thought that Wang Baoli was having a conversation with it. With its ears straight up, it delightfully pounced several times before screaming again. Son! Son! Wang Baoli was speechless, slapping his forehead as his heart was filled with a wave of helplessness and frustration. He kicked the donkey before sighing and leaving for the academy. The donkey grew even more excited, and it darted around Wang Baoli while following him. When it saw flowers or the curb of the road, it took bite after bite. Before long, the shocked Wang Baoli hurriedly took out his cruiser and tossed the donkey into it before charging back to the academy. What awaited the donkey was a heavy beating upon their return. However, after being obedient for a few days, the donkey grew uncontrollable again. Eventually, the furious Wang Baoli looked at the donkey, who was happily chewing on the door frame, and stared angrily at it. It seems like I have to use my trump card. If I don't completely subdue this donkey, it will be the end for me. Chapter 328, Shut Up. Chapter 328, Shut Up. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. During this period of time, the donkey's disobedience had caused severe losses for Wang Baoli. In terms of fines alone, he had already paid a hefty amount. Even though he was the dean of Dao Mountain Mist Academy, he couldn't possibly ignore the items that had been eaten by the donkey, despite it being his school. Therefore, he could only spend the money and try to restore them. The food from Jin Duoming had somewhat helped to make up for the donkey's nourishment, but the donkey was a bottomless pit by nature. Until now, it was still eating non-stop every day, and that made Wang Baoli feel that what he was rearing was not a donkey, but a pig. He had pondered many times whether it was better just to slaughter it. However, he had some feelings for it. After all, the amount that the donkey had eaten at Jin Duoming's place was almost worth as much as an 8th grade dharmic armament. If he were to slaughter it, it would be a real forfeit of his investment. Therefore, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth as he prepared to give the donkey a lesson to remember. Your skin and flesh are so thick and rough, and you don't even remember being beaten. Even having the mosquitoes bite you is useless, huh? Wang Baoli stared at the donkey, who was chewing on the door frame. He clenched his teeth and released the grey mosquito. This was his trump card, as the grey mosquito could even bite Foundation Establishment realm cultivators to death. It was extremely poisonous, but as he was concerned about poisoning the donkey to death, Wang Baoli controlled the grey mosquito as well as its venom. It flew right towards the donkey. The grey mosquito moved so quickly that it instantly neared the donkey. However, as the donkey curiously raised its head, it swallowed the grey mosquito whole instantly. Seemingly dissatisfied with the meager amount of food, it grudgingly looked at Wang Baoli. Very quickly, however, as Wang Baoli sneered, the donkey's eyes widened suddenly. As it screamed, its body began trembling as an itch that originated from within its body that was on the scale of the universe suddenly erupted. Immediately, the gloating donkey began screaming painfully. It chomped down on the door frame, which it didn't bear to consume in a single mouthful previously, before chewing off a chunk of the wall. However, it soon realized that all these were useless as it still felt extremely itchy. That made the donkey anxious, and it began to maniacally chow down on the walls of Wang Baoli's residence. If this happened on an ordinary day, Wang Baoli would have tried to stop the donkey. Today, however, he was determined to let the donkey know that no matter how much it could eat, it was still no match for his grey mosquito. Therefore, Wang Baoli stood there arrogantly, risking the consequence of having his entire residence eaten by the little donkey, as he listened to it munching on everything in sight while screaming painfully. Just like that, time flew by. After 5 minutes, when Wang Baoli stepped out of his residence, the walls immediately collapsed. The donkey that was inside screaming in pain, but continued eating while screaming. It was unimaginable how an entire residence could fit into the donkey's stomach. After an hour, Wang Baoli still arrogantly looked on as his residence, which was originally built on the ground, vanished. This included even small pieces of material from it. The donkey, on the other hand, was still struggling, to the extent that it began chomping on the grass patches. Do you concede or not? Seeing that it was about time, Wang Baoli spoke calmly. When the donkey, who was crazily eating the grass patches, heard Wang Baoli's words, it turned, wanting to ask for forgiveness. However, its eyes suddenly shifted as it looked down at its own body. Its eyes instantly lit up, and it delightedly turned its head. At that moment, he achieved a breakthrough, advancing to the 3rd level of the True Breath realm. Wang Baoli widened his eyes in utter disbelief. Even more surprising and unbelievable was the fact that the donkey had actually managed to recover. Wang Baoli was breathless, frozen in shock as the connection between him and the grey mosquito vanished. Even though the grey mosquito was swallowed whole by the donkey previously, it didn't suffer any harm. Instead, it stayed inside the donkey's stomach, where Wang Baoli could distinctively sense and control it. That was the reason why the donkey couldn't eliminate the itch no matter how much it ate. However, the very instant the donkey's cultivation had advanced, the grey mosquito seemed to have melted into the donkey's body for some unknown reason. Wang Baoli was very sure that it didn't disappear but was instead melted. He wasn't clear whether that was due to the little donkey or the grey mosquito itself, but the fact was that the mosquito had melted. Furthermore, after it melted, it seemed to have integrated together with the donkey's flesh and blood. This feeling was to an extent similar to the grey mosquito assimilating together with the little donkey. That alone made Wang Baoli extremely incredulous and confused. In his shock, he hurriedly checked on his scabbard, but quickly grew suspicious when he realized that within the scabbard, there were signs that a grey mosquito was about to emerge. However, based on his control of the scabbard, he could feel very distinctly that this grey mosquito that required some time to emerge had a different vibe than the previous one, even though it looked the same. It seemed as if the previous grey mosquito had really melted, and the new one that appeared was a different mosquito. Furthermore, it was clear that in order for this second grey mosquito to be produced, his scabbard had to lose some of its brilliance, as if a large amount of energy was needed. In his bewilderment, Wang Baoli hurriedly inquired about it with little Missy. However, towards this matter, little Missy was also confused as she looked perplexedly at Wang Baoli for a long time. Eventually, she told Wang Baoli that his scabbard was an intrinsic dharmic artifact that was filled with unpredictability, the details of which even she wasn't aware of. After leaving little Missy, Wang Baoli stared at the donkey for a long time, before grabbing hold of it, with no regard for its struggles. He activated his cultivation to take a detailed look at both the interior and exterior of the donkey, and found that there was indeed no grey mosquito in sight. However, in the process, Wang Baoli noticed that the donkey's internal organs seemed to have been mutated, turning grey in color. That didn't seem to affect the donkey at all, and instead, made it even more lively. That wasn't what shocked Wang Baoli the most. What was most shocking was that Wang Baoli seemed to have established a spiritual connection with the donkey. That alone made Wang Baoli confused. Previously, even though the donkey was always following him around, it was a living creature and not a dharmic treasure, and was therefore unable to establish a connection with Wang Baoli and recognize him as its owner. Having a ferocious beast recognize its owner was a mystery even amongst the beast-taming experts in the Federation. Not only was it difficult, but there was also a limit to the number of times it could happen. Could it be that the purpose of the grey mosquito was to be assimilated, such that, to a certain extent, it allows the little donkey to recognize its owner? Wang Baoli was severely taken aback, and he immediately tried to see whether he could control the donkey. "Donkey, squat down!" Wang Baoli released the donkey and commanded. The donkey suddenly stood up, and it charged towards where the door frame was previously, before stopping and looking at Wang Baoli arrogantly while screaming. Wang Baoli looked awkward as he commanded the donkey again. However, he soon realized that the donkey wouldn't yield to him no matter how he commanded it. That made him helpless and frustrated, as he felt that the extent of assimilation between the grey mosquito and the donkey wasn't so great. The donkey, noticing that Wang Baoli was at his wit's end as to what to do with it, energetically raised its head. It was no longer carrying a look of delight in its eyes, as that was replaced by arrogance. Even its screams grew louder than before. "Son! Son! Son!" Wang Baoli grabbed his hair in frustration. He indeed felt helpless towards the donkey. He had tried beating it, biting it, and even made use of the grey mosquito. Unless he killed it, he wouldn't be able to teach the donkey an unforgettable, painful lesson. In his helplessness, the donkey continued prancing around, screaming merrily. That made Wang Baoli extremely frustrated, and he lowered his head and screamed angrily. "Shut up!" "So!" The instant Wang Baoli's angry voice emerged, the donkey, who was opening its mouth and screaming happily, suddenly lost its voice. Its big mouth was immediately clamped shut, and that made it surprised. Wang Baoli also felt that something was amiss, and he immediately turned to look, locking eyes with the donkey. Gradually, silence filled the surroundings. Wang Baoli and the donkey constricted their pupils at the same time, one filled with surprise and the other filled with shock. After a moment, the donkey grew visibly anxious as it tried to force its own mouth open. However, it realized that it was useless as the mouth didn't seem to belong to it anymore. That frightened the donkey, to an extent greater than when Wang Baoli had harshly kicked it in the crotch previously. On the other hand, Wang Baoli's breathing also quickened as thoughts darted around his head, and his eyes lit up in surprise. Could it be that major commands wouldn't be conveyed due to some reason, but small commands like having it shut up could go through? With that thought, Wang Baoli decided to try it out immediately. Open your mouth. Son. Son. Shut up. So. After trying it out several times, Wang Baoli was immensely shocked, and he looked at the frightened donkey and laughed heartily. He was delighted, and he felt that the world had instantly turned into a better place. Donkey, I've let you gloat all this while. Shut up for 10 days. The next time you're disobedient, you'll have to shut your trap for 3 months. Chapter 329, Dark Fire. Chapter 329, Dark Fire. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The donkey was frightened, trembling vigorously. Its gleeful look had long vanished, and now, it hurriedly ran towards Wang Baoli, revealing an innocent expression on its face as it rubbed its head on Wang Baoli's legs. Finally, when it realized that it was useless, it decided to work to Wang Baoli's favor. Previously, before Wang Baoli had established a connection with the donkey, he could only vaguely interpret its facial expressions. Now that a connection had formed, it became even more obvious to him. Now, Wang Baoli simply sneered. No room for negotiation. Scram. Right, I'll call you Scram from now on. How's that? If you disagree, call out twice. Wang Baoli coughed, looking askance at the little donkey. The donkey seemed to have realized that the name Wang Baoli gave it didn't carry a good connotation and began to grow anxious. It wanted to call out, but it was impossible with its mouth being clamped shut. Seems like you like this name very much. Since you have agreed to it, then your name shall be Scram in the future. Wang Baoli delightedly patted his stomach and took out a bag of snacks right in front of the donkey, whose eyes widened as it watched Wang Baoli slowly opening it and eating it in small mouthfuls. The donkey was about to go crazy as it stared without blinking at the snacks in Wang Baoli's hands. It was on the brink of breaking down, but no matter how it tried, its mouth remained shut. Just like that, it stared stubbornly at Wang Baoli for the whole duration as he ate his snacks. In the end, the donkey seemed to have lost all will to live, and it laid on the ground, dazedly looking at the empty bag that was placed in front of it. Noticing that, Wang Baoli's heart softened. However, when he recalled that the donkey always put on that very same expression, after he had beaten it up before forgetting everything about the beating and continuing to have fun by itself, Wang Baoli disregarded it coldly. He didn't bother with it and instead decided to begin cultivating now that there was finally peace. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. In the 3 days, the students and teachers of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy were all confused, as the donkey that they were used to seeing seemed to have undergone a change in personality. It no longer called out, no longer pranced around, and no longer ate anything and everything in sight. There's something wrong with the donkey. That's right, it passed by me just now while I was holding a spirit stone in my hand. However, it didn't even take a look at it. There doesn't seem to be signs of the vegetation and buildings in the college being chewed on these few days. As more and more people realized that something was amiss, they quickly noticed that the donkey often laid on the bridge over the river of the academy and looked at the river water flowing, carrying a look of sadness in its eyes. Rumors began to spread continuously. Some kind-hearted female students felt that the donkey looked pitiful. They brought some food to it, but when they placed the food in front of the donkey, it took a look at the food, smelled it, and actually cried. It cried very pitifully as it kept smelling it but not eating it. Go on, eat it. One of the girls spoke softly. However, no matter how they tried to persuade it, the donkey didn't take a single bite. Eventually, it felt so sad that it kicked the food away, and then turned and charged towards Wang Baoli's residence. Right now, Wang Baoli was in seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, he had specially approached the donkey to tell it that if it dared to disturb him during the period of seclusion, then the number of days which it had to keep its mouth shut would increase by 10. Therefore, the donkey could only lay on the ground after returning to the residence. It looked at the sky pitifully, a look of hopelessness apparent in its eyes. It had lost a lot of weight. From time to time, it turned to look at the location where Wang Baoli was in seclusion, seemingly waiting for Wang Baoli to emerge, and for the day he would be freed from the restrictions. As the donkey stayed obedient, Wang Baoli, who was in the secret chamber, had also completed the cultivation for the second level of the Lightning Dao, first volume. As his cultivation advanced, the heavenly thunder in his legs grew more powerful. With the devouring seed continuously absorbing spirit chi, the green lotus also grew stronger. The most obvious transformation was in Wang Baoli's physique, as it seemed to have strengthened visibly from previously. Sensing the strength emerging from his body, Wang Baoli seemed to feel that without even activating his cultivation, he could kill a ferocious beast with just his fist. However, he was still unsatisfied and somewhat troubled. In Wang Baoli's mind, he felt that he had still not been able to successfully cultivate the dark art. That made him depressed, and doubts about his natural qualities arose in his head. Little Missy said that she only spent a month to successfully cultivate the dark art. I have spent almost a year. Wang Baoli felt a headache every time he thought of the dark art. He knew all that was possible about it and was extremely fluent in the chants that were involved. However, no matter how familiar he was with those, he was still unable to sense the so-called negative spirit body. That was especially so as every time he tried to forcefully train in the technique, extreme soreness and pain that he was unable to withstand emerged continuously both from within and outside his body. It wouldn't be an issue having to withstand the hardship if he could successfully train in it. However, after toiling for the past year, there were still no results, and the thought of giving up arose in Wang Baoli's mind. Forget it. It's just 1 year. How can I give up? I'll persevere for 1 more month. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He felt that he was a determined individual, and this could be seen from the last time he was in tempting circumstances filled with lust, when he was alone with Li Wanna in the underground cave but still emerged as a virgin. With that thought, Wang Baoli took a deep breath, and he began to try to cultivate the dark art again. The so-called dark art involved absorbing the negative spirit body in the spirit chi. This method of cultivation didn't exist in the entire Federation. Even in the world of the woman in the mask, it was considered a forbidden technique. On one hand, it was unbelievably powerful and couldn't be predicted. Even after one had successfully trained in it, if one were unable to control the greed in their hearts, an unimaginable catastrophe would result. At the same time, there was another reason. This technique was difficult to train in, and the cultivation techniques that followed were even more difficult. It seemed like some sort of fate was needed. Till now, there were only a handful of people who had successfully mastered the dark art, even in the world of the ancient greenish bronze sword, where it had been passed down since ancient times. The handful of people who managed to cultivate in the dark art were mostly still in the foundation stage. The advanced dark arts that followed were either lost in transmission, or simply incomplete such that it was challenging to succeed in practicing it no matter how much effort was put in. It could be said that no one knew how many stages there were to the dark art. However, it was known that there were at least 7 stages, and there was no one left who had managed to train to the 5th level, and it was needless to say for the 6th and 7th level. Wang Baoli wasn't aware of all that. He only knew that little Missy had managed to successfully cultivate it in a month, yet he hadn't succeeded even after a year. That made him frustrated. He took a deep breath, and he went according to the requirements of the dark art to begin absorbing and compressing the surrounding spirit chi. According to the records of the dark art, if one were to absorb the negative spirit body, they would need to first compress the spirit chi, transforming it into a somewhat solid state. That was because the negative spirit body could only be revealed after these 2 transformations had taken place. Furthermore, the negative spirit body in the spirit chi couldn't be taken in through one's mouth or nose, only through the pores on one's skin. However, to someone who was unable to sense the negative spirit body, cultivation felt like having countless needles pierce into the cultivator's body, as the compressed spirit chi, a hybrid of gas and solid, continuously entered through one's sweat pores. Right now, Wang Baoli had made preparations. After compressing the spirit qi around him, he gritted his teeth, preparing to withstand the pain. All his sweat pores opened wide, absorbing the almost solid spirit qi while his body suddenly shook. He opened his shut eyes. It's different. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened, and he looked at his own body. He was initially confused, before being thrown into disbelief and finally euphoria. He could clearly feel that it was no longer painful. Not only that, he could feel that, as the absorption took place through his sweat pores, there seemed to be a cold sensation that was completely different from the spirit qi continuously entering his body through the sweat pores. This cold feeling made his body tremble, and he no longer felt pain. Instead, it was a chill that made his breath fog up. There was no tinge of discomfort, but a sense of indescribable lightness that to a certain extent, was several times more comfortable than his cultivation in the lightning Tao that took place on usual days. That made Wang Baoli agitated. He recalled the feeling described in the dark art, and that made him extremely excited. He activated his devouring seed, increasing the absorption force of all his sweat pores. Instantly, a large amount of chill rushed into his body through his sweat pores. According to the description of the dark art, this cold feeling belongs to the negative spirit body. The way to verify it was simple: if it could form the dark fire, it would be the negative spirit body. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. Right now, he had forgotten about everything else, as all his attention was on cultivation. According to the descriptions of the dark art, he tried to concentrate the cold feeling in his body. An unknown amount of time later, when the cold feeling in his body had become saturated such that no more could be absorbed, Wang Baoli trembled, and he began the last step of the cultivation process for the dark art. He would form the dark fire using the flame of life to light up the chill. Instantly, his face turned green as his body temperature plummeted. Frost even appeared on his eyebrows and hair. At this moment, the surrounding temperature also plunged rapidly, and signs of rotting appeared throughout the secret chamber. Very vaguely, sounds of people crying and sobbing that was inaudible to outsiders began to reverberate in Wang Baoli's ears, as if demon gods had gathered. Wang Baoli was unaware of all of it, and outsiders couldn't sense it either. Only the listless donkey lying outside Wang Baoli's secret chamber could feel it. With a swift action, it stood up, a look of vigilance appearing in its eyes as it looked towards the secret chamber, somewhat confused. Chapter 330, Emotional Fatigue. Chapter 330, Emotional Fatigue. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. While the donkey was feeling confused, Wang Baoli's secret chamber rotted at an increasing speed. At the same time, the cries and howling that seemed to stem from the gathering of supreme beings grew even louder. It appeared as if in the darkness of the situation, a force had arrived, disrupting Wang Baoli's cultivation. However, it was too far away to make a significant impact. In this manner, time passed slowly, and 2 weeks came and went. In these 2 weeks, Wang Baoli sat motionlessly with his legs crossed. His body had already stiffened, and his breathing had disappeared. His entire body was covered in frost, and he was like a corpse, such that he wasn't able to feel anything, even the fire of life. During one late night after the 2 weeks had gone by, Wang Baoli, who was sitting with his legs crossed, suddenly jerked, his eyes opening slowly. The instant he opened his eyes, the frost on his body rapidly disappeared, and the decay in the surroundings vanished. Everything returned to what it was before, and the cries and howling stopped immediately. As everything returned to normal, Wang Baoli's eyes were completely open. The moment he opened his eyes, a chilly cold vibe that was extremely imposing erupted directly from his eyes and his body. If an acquaintance of Wang Baoli stood before him now, they would be extremely shocked, and might not be able to recognize him. However, in reality, this was the real Wang Baoli that had emerged from his experiences in the Sea of Corpses in the mystic lunar realm. He typically showcased another side of his personality to others. He preferred to showcase an optimistic side of himself in order to hide the viciousness entrenched in his character. At the same time, the pupil of Wang Baoli's left eye was now replaced by the dark fire. As he silently looked at his surroundings and felt the dark fire in his eyes, Wang Baoli didn't move. Instead, he shut his eyes, and when he reopened them again, the chilliness from his body, as well as the dark fire in his left eye, had vanished, hidden by him. So, This is the dark art, Wang Baoli murmured under his breath. He couldn't consider himself competent in the dark art, thinking that he was more like a beginner in it. However, even as a beginner, Wang Baoli still felt a feeling he had never experienced before. He couldn't describe the feeling with words. He just felt as if life and death weren't endpoints, but a transition process. I'm still a little confused. Wang Baoli couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings. As he murmured to himself, he thought about little Missy. The fact that she managed to master the technique within a month showed her abilities, and that made Wang Baoli envious. Seems like I can't be too proud in the future. One should always be humble and learn earnestly. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and took out the mask before directly entering the hallucination realm. After he entered the hallucination realm, Wang Baoli looked around but didn't see little Missy. However, he was used to this and therefore stood there, exclaiming loudly. Little Missy, I have a question that I would like to ask. When the dark fire appeared, I felt a bizarre feeling, as if I could control life and death. However, it seemed a little ambiguous, and I can't describe it. It feels like a calling from far away. I'm not too sure myself. Also, there's a weird voice that I keep hearing. When you first mastered the technique, did you experience all this as well? Wang Baoli was asking earnestly and sincerely this time, as he wanted to know the reason. He felt that if he could get a clearer understanding of what was happening, it would be helpful for him if he were to advance in his cultivation. When he finished asking, Wang Baoli was about to step forward to see if words that explained the situation had appeared on the mask. However, even before he lowered his head, he heard a voice, one that was incredulous, confused, and shocked. What did you say? Dark fire? As the voice reverberated, little Missy instantly appeared beside Wang Baoli. Her eyes stared wide and round, and her breathing quickened. Noticing that little Missy had appeared, and was looking so appalled, Wang Baoli was also shocked. He thought about whether something had gone wrong with his cultivation. Therefore, he hurriedly spoke. Little Missy, was my cultivation process wrong? Did you just say that you managed to cultivate to the stage where the dark fire appeared? Little Missy disregarded Wang Baoli's question. Right now, she began inquiring, still looking anxious. Yes, I managed to do it. I'm not talented enough. I only managed to succeed after a year. Wang Baoli sighed. He really meant every word that he said. After he spoke, Wang Baoli closed his eyes, as he felt that in front of a senior elite of the dark art like little Missy, he was like a child. When he reopened his eyes, dark fire flames appeared in his left eye. The appearance of the dark fire immediately caused the already cold surroundings to turn even colder. A chilly vibe, under the boost provided by the dark fire, erupted from Wang Baoli's body. Little Missy was extremely taken aback. She stepped back immediately and hollered. Extinguish it immediately. She was shocked. She felt frightened by the emergence of the dark fire, as if it were an innate restraint. She looked at Wang Baoli as if she was looking at a monster. Her emotions were complex, and she was about to break out in a scolding. Hearing little Missy's command, Wang Baoli hurriedly closed his eyes. When he opened them once again, the dark fire had vanished. However, little Missy's reaction made him confused. Noticing Wang Baoli's confusion, little Missy stared and immediately spoke sternly. What a show-off! You're just a beginner. Don't you know that activating the dark fire willy-nilly would endanger your life? Remember, dark art cultivators like us cannot reveal the dark fire so simply, and this is especially so if there are others higher in the ranks of the dark art world than you around. Wang Baoli was shocked and nodded his head immediately as everything became clear to him. Little Missy, you're right. I acknowledge my mistake. As if. Little Missy thought silently in her mind, annoyed. When she saw that Wang Baoli didn't suspect anything, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She couldn't suppress her frustration, which was growing stronger by the moment, but was unable to continue pretending as well. It seemed like she had never imagined Wang Baoli would ever succeed in mastering it. Therefore, she had lied to him many times. However, now that everything seemed to have been exposed, it was akin to her image being tarnished, and her only choice was to continue with the pretense. However, curiosity was like a cat gnawing in her heart, and she couldn't resist but ask. Wang Baoli, how did you manage to do it? I have no idea. I really don't have much talent. The past year I spent in cultivation all led to failures. However, somehow, I suddenly succeeded. I am confused as well. Right, little missy, how did you manage to do it the last time? Why did I suddenly manage to master it? Wang Baoli sighed. If he were in front of other people, he would have been more arrogant. However, in front of little missy, he felt that he paled in comparison. Listening to Wang Baoli repeatedly saying that he wasn't talented, little missy felt as if she was being stabbed in the heart. However, she still appeared to smile arrogantly on the surface and spoke calmly. Your talent is indeed ordinary. You don't even know how you managed to master it. As for me, it's without question that I stripped the negative spirit bodies from the spirit chi, and forcefully concentrated them in my body in a single breath. In reality, I said that I managed to master it in a month previously as I was afraid to traumatize you. In reality, I only took 5 days. Little missy raised her chin and spoke indifferently. 5 days, Wang Baoli was taken aback once again. As his eyes were filled with bewilderment, little missy gloated silently in her heart. However, curiosity still got the better of her, and she asked once again. Wang Baoli, what does the negative spirit body look like? It doesn't look like anything. You can't see it, and all you could feel is the chill in the air. It feels quite comfortable absorbing it, eh? Don't you know, little missy? Wang Baoli was suspicious, as he felt that something was amiss. Internally, little missy was thinking that she really had no idea. However, on the surface, she simply glanced indifferently and calmly at Wang Baoli. With melancholy, she spoke, as if she were recalling a memory. I can't remember. After all, that happened when I was 7 years old. All I could remember was to train earnestly, and I didn't care about anything else. Later on, as I grew older, I began to train in the higher tiers of dark chi. Then, as time passed, I lost my physical body, and everything turned into nothingness. As little missy spoke, her tone sounded sullen. As a beginner of the dark art, it wouldn't be advantageous to know too much. All you need to know is that the negative spirit body is only the initial stage of the dark art. Only when you successfully convert the dark fire into the dark force could you then attempt to sense the dark chi. However, all these are too difficult for you. Even for me, I took a month before succeeding. As for the voices you have heard and the indescribable feeling that you experienced, I can give you an explanation. The voices originate from the ancient galactic's will. I name it Dark Spirit. Don't fret too much over the feeling that you have experienced. All you need to know is that after mastering a certain level of the dark art, you would wield the power to control life and death. There was someone who managed to reach the 4th stage of the dark art. He was a friend of mine, someone that others referred to as the immortal death. There is said to be 7 stages to the dark art. You can leave now, I'm tired. Little missy spoke calmly. Her voice carried signs of aging. She had a look of melancholy on her face, as if Wang Baoli had dug up a painful memory of hers. Her words and her facial expressions made Wang Baoli shocked and shameful for having suspicions towards little missy. He wanted to say something, but eventually decided to leave after saying farewell with cupped fists. However, the moment Wang Baoli took his leave, the melancholy in little missy's facial expression and eyes instant vanished, replaced by madness and disbelief. Gosh, where the hell did this annoying fatty come from? He actually succeeded in mastering it. When my mother urged me to stop learning in the past, she also told me that this was something that no one could master. Little missy was thrown into madness instantly, and thoughts of suspicion towards herself arose. Very quickly, her facial expressions changed. Whatever I just said was to continue pretending, and they are made up of ideas from my own imagination that carried little truth. He can't possibly really absorb the dark chi one of these days, right? Little missy trembled. However, she also felt that this was impossible. She was about to heave a sigh of relief when she suddenly thought that impossible things had happened over and over again to Wang Baoli. She was frustrated, and let out a long sigh, feeling incredibly exhausted mentally. Chapter 331, Dark Ancestry. Chapter 331, Dark Ancestry. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As Wang Baoli entered the hallucination realm and sought little Missy's advice, far away from Earth in the distant space lit with endless stars, lay a spatial distortion. The region was extremely vast as the Milky Way. Countless threads of light filled the region and were the cause of the distortion. The varied and layered light waves resulted in layered images of everything in the area. Be it the drifting dust or the silent stars, they looked like countless images of themselves layered together. Sight and all other senses would be disrupted here, and one would sense oneself being in an illusion. Everything that one saw was distorted. The vastness of the spatial distortion was indescribable. All life that sprung within the region seemed to contain within themselves an essence of the distortion. They hovered between the real and the surreal. As a result, the region had been given a unique name by many civilizations in the universe. Its name, the illusory dark realm. In the deepest depths of the illusory dark realm, in its core, was an inner region the size of the solar system. It contained almost no life at all and was a mysterious zone that escaped discovery by most. It was akin to a restricted zone in the illusory dark realm. Everyone who had stepped into the zone had never managed to leave alive. There were legends that within this restricted zone, inside the vast space, was a single star. It was a grey star. No one knew how the legend came about. After all who had ventured into the zone had never made it back alive. However, there it was, recorded in history since the beginning of time. Naturally, no one attempted to test its truth. The truth was, there was no star in the deepest core of the restricted zone. There was a vast whirlpool that was like a black hole. It was grey and spun soundlessly. From afar, it looked like a spiral formed out of countless stars. When the dark fire had burst into being inside Wang Baoli, a light started shining inside the constant, never-changing whirlpool. It was a light different from all other lights of the past. It was multicolored, and as it shone and sparkled fiercely, a grey coffin slowly drifted out from the whirlpool. It was as if it had crossed over from nothingness into being. The coffin was black and made of an unknown material, and as it appeared, an indescribable chill erupted from the coffin. The chilly aura spread across space, as if intending to freeze everything over. If Wang Baoli were there, he would be shocked to realize that the chill gave off the exact same feeling that he had felt when he had successfully learned the dark art. When our dark sect was still in its peak and had not yet declined, we appeared to have gifted certain dark artifacts. As centuries passed and our bloodline fell into decline and eventual extinction, everything became history. The dark artifacts of the past were all scattered throughout the lands and lost their power. Who could have known that, after all this time, a dark artifact would be activated and bring us a new heir? It might be a little too late, but this is still one of our dark sect. We gift the dark coffin in hopes that he will escape the calamity of origins. An ancient voice slowly traveled out from the whirlpool. It seemed to be a faint murmur and a sigh at the same time. The next moment, a gigantic, blurry hand the size of half the whirlpool gradually reached out from the whirlpool. It was a mere silhouette when it first appeared, but soon, bone and flesh appeared and transformed it into a complete hand. It extended from a grey sleeve, its exposed skin wrinkled and its nails long and curved. The hand stretched out and gently flicked the coffin, which seemed bug-sized compared to the hand. The coffin instantly shot out, its destination: Mars. At present, Wang Baoli had just left the hallucination realm and was still in shock. Part of it was due to what little Missy had shared with him. The other part was because he still had doubts regarding how he had managed to learn the dark art. After his return, he sat down cross-legged and started thinking. He thought for very long, recalling the various encounters and experiences he had gone through. He shuddered suddenly as he remembered something. Does this have anything to do with me breathing in the blood-colored mist in the cave? Wang Baoli's breathing quickened at the thought. He knew that prior to his visit to the cave, he had met with nothing but failure when attempting to practice the dark art. After he had returned, he had gone into seclusion but hadn't immediately started on practicing the dark art. The most recent seclusion could be considered his first attempt since the cave visit. He had succeeded immediately during this first attempt, sensing the negative spirit body and forming dark fire inside his body. He couldn't control the surge of emotions inside him as he pondered. He began to have his own guesses about the blood-colored mist. However, everything was mere conjecture at this point. Wang Baoli himself was unsure of his own conclusions. The thought of the blood-colored mist reminded Wang Baoli of Lin Qianhao. Even though he had spoken to various people and had received occasional news, the blood-colored mist was too bizarre a phenomenon. He couldn't help but be concerned for Lin Qianhao. Wang Baoli immediately pulled out his voice transmission ring. After a moment of thought, he decided to send a transmission to Li Wanna. He coughed when Li Wanna's cold voice rang out from the voice transmission ring. "Minister Li, I'm Wang Baoli. It has been more than a month since my subordinate, Lin Qianhao, was taken away by the military. I still haven't managed to establish contact with him." Wang Baoli paused at this point and didn't continue. Li Wanna was silent for a moment. Then, she spoke coolly. "The other teams have all returned. Lin Qianhao's team sent a voice transmission 2 days ago reporting that everything was in order. They will be returning to base soon." Li Wanna ended the transmission after that. Wang Baoli didn't give too much thought to Li Wanna's attitude. She had offered him an answer which eased the worry in Wang Baoli's heart. He continued studying his dark fire. Then, suddenly, he smacked his thigh. He raised his head and stared at the door to his chamber. "Man! I seem to have forgotten the donkey." Wang Baoli rose to his feet hastily. He swung the doors to his chamber open and immediately saw the donkey sprawled before the entrance. It had slimmed down considerably and had a blank, lost look in its eyes. The donkey noticed Wang Baoli. It was starving and weak. Its eyes shone with resentment, and it seemed to be asking Wang Baoli why the 10 days Wang Baoli had spoken of seemed so long. Wang Baoli felt slightly sheepish. He immediately removed the restriction on the donkey. As soon as the restriction was stripped away, the donkey, which had its mouth clamped shut for 2 weeks, finally made a sound. "Son." Its voice sounded weak, and it seemed like it was about to cry. Wang Baoli felt slightly guilty. He pulled out a handful of snacks and threw them towards the donkey. "This will teach you to be on good behavior next time." Wang Baoli coughed after throwing the snacks out. He gave the donkey a few words of scolding and watched as the donkey gobbled up the food like a starving wolf. He couldn't help but soften his stance. He pulled out a few more bags of snacks. The donkey was overwhelmed by emotion as it saw so many snacks before it. Its eyes brimmed with tears. It looked at Wang Baoli with gratitude in its eyes. "That's right, that's what I call a good donkey." Wang Baoli was pleased with the effect he had gotten from this punishment. In the next 4 days, he continued to study the dark fire and perfect his blueprints for his stronghold. He also started crafting construction puppets. The lesson of having its mouth sealed shut seemed to have been seared deep into the donkey's brain. Despite having regained its energy and vitality, it didn't dare to overstep too much. It was especially meek and obedient when in front of Wang Baoli. This pleased Wang Baoli tremendously. He thought that since the donkey was so obedient now, he might consider buying it a beast bag. As he thought about it and was about to make a trip out, he suddenly received an invitation from the military via his voice transmission ring. The Martian military cordially invited Wang Baoli to instruct them in the installation of the Baoli cannon. The Baoli cannon that Wang Baoli had invented received widespread usage in the military on Earth. The Martian military had also been allocated a number of the cannons. However, due to the logistics of transportation as well as constraints on existing resources, the cannons were sent to them in parts and required assembly. Originally, a consultant would be required to assist and supervise the assembly. This was because Wang Baoli had installed encryptions inside the Baoli cannon. He had shared the encryption with the military when he sold it to them, but the encryption remained a top secret inside the military. However, the original creator of the Baoli cannon, Wang Baoli, was on Mars. No consultant could rival Wang Baoli's understanding and knowledge of the Baoli cannon. That was why the military had cordially invited Wang Baoli to oversee the assembly. Wang Baoli accepted the invitation readily. It was true that he was now the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, a well-known personality on Mars, and had a wide social network. However, if he should establish a good, strong relationship with the Martian military, this would further cement his safety on Mars. With Wang Baoli's agreement, the military sent a cruiser to receive him. Wang Baoli gave his donkey a look. He didn't feel safe leaving it alone on its own, so he brought the donkey on board with him, and they raced off towards the Martian military base. Chapter 332, Black Donkey vs. White Donkey. Chapter 332, Black Donkey vs. White Donkey. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This was the first time Wang Baoli had stepped on board a military cruiser. Any other person might not have sensed the difference, but as a dharmic armament cultivator, Wang Baoli knew at first glance what separated this military cruiser from other ordinary cruisers. "I've never seen this material before, it should be highly heat resistant." The inscriptions on the cruiser seemed to look different than the usual. As Wang Baoli inspected the cruiser, the Martian military cultivators were observing Wang Baoli as well. Wang Baoli's reputation had been climbing steadily upwards in both the Federation and on Mars. His reputation in the military was the same, especially since he was the creator of the Baoli cannon. As the military cultivators observed Wang Baoli, they also caught sight of the donkey at his side. They all looked surprised. They turned and stared at one another. It seemed like they wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't. Wang Baoli noticed the strange looks from the military cultivators. He wondered if they had heard about how greedy the donkey was and were worried that it might eat up their cruiser. But why do I feel like they are comparing the donkey with something else? Wang Baoli blinked. He was about to say something and get something out from them when he noticed the donkey licking the metallic walls of the cruiser. It started sniffing it like a dog and seemed like it was assessing how tasty it might be. Useless thing. Wang Baoli stepped forward and kicked it without warning. The donkey immediately became meek and sprawled on the floor. It looked listless. However, as soon as Wang Baoli turned his attention away, it secretly licked the wall again. It continued to droop its ears. Another moment later, it swiftly licked again. Wang Baoli, who had been chatting casually with the military cultivators, saw it. His head started throbbing. He coughed. The donkey immediately tilted its head sideways and stared at Wang Baoli with its innocent eyes, as if saying that it hadn't been eating anything. It was only taking a small lick. Wang Baoli could feel a headache coming on. He thought about what the donkey was trying to put across with that expression on its face, and it seemed to make some sense. He glared at it for a while but didn't do anything else. When the cruiser finally landed on the Martian base, the metallic wall that had been thoroughly licked by the donkey had a sheen of saliva on it. Wang Baoli and his donkey got out of the cruiser amidst the strange looks from the surrounding military officers. The Martian military base was located in Zone 36, and a large part of that zone belonged to the military and was restricted to the public. There were many military men seen patrolling the grounds, and a large number of military cultivators were also based in the military station. The military had prepared a rather welcoming reception for Wang Baoli. A dozen or so military officers led by an elder personally received him at the port. The elder was dressed in military attire. His eyes seemed to contain lightning, and he exuded authority and power as well as a core formation realm cultivation. He had an overpowering presence. His status was naturally elevated. He was one of the 5 most powerful figures in the Martian military. His name was Chen Feng, and he was in charge of the research of military equipment as well as the fusion of spirit chi and explosives for military use. Wang Baoli saw the welcome party as soon as he got out of the cruiser. The military cultivator escorting him down the cruiser whispered the names and profiles of the receiving party. The look on Wang Baoli's face immediately became serious. He sped up his pace and took a deep bow before the elder. "Greetings General Chen, I'm Wang Baoli." Chen Feng burst out into laughter. He looked at Wang Baoli with approval and encouragement in his eyes. He had started studying the various Baoli cannon parts that had been sent to them and could sense the cannon was not a simple artifact. He began to have a keen interest in Wang Baoli, whom he had never met before. There was actually no need for his presence today. However, he had come just so he could meet the original creator of the Baoli cannon. What a young talent! Chen Feng patted Wang Baoli on the shoulder, his bright laughter ringing in the air. The other military officers followed suit, with warmth and friendliness in their smiles. They exchanged a round of pleasantries before making a swift departure from the port, and heading towards the area where the Baoli cannons were being assembled. Wang Baoli walked alongside Chen Feng and answered all of Chen Feng's questions regarding the cannons with ease. He took careful note of his behavior and made sure to be half a step behind Chen Feng at all times. He maintained a humble attitude. General Chen, the key to the composite Baoli cannon lies in the interconnectivity of its interior inscriptions, especially inscriptions in groups 7 and 8. Those inscriptions control the absorption of spirit qi. Wang Baoli had a smile on his face. As he walked, he answered Chen Feng's questions and shared the inner workings and structure of the Baoli cannon. The military officers behind the pair withdrew their discreet stares at Wang Baoli's donkey and instead turned towards the pair before them. They sighed and marveled at Wang Baoli's social skills. He didn't show off, nor brag. However, he wasn't overly reserved either. He displayed the perfect balance between humility and pride while showing the utmost respect for the military. This kid is kind of interesting. Chen Feng smiled as he looked at Wang Baoli. He was pleased with what he saw. The party walked through building after building and soon approached the camp where the Baoli cannons were awaiting assembly. As they walked, many warriors they passed stopped and saluted the party. They also secretly eyed Wang Baoli's donkey. Wang Baoli noticed the stares and found them odd, but he still felt slightly pleased. The donkey seemed proud as well and raised its head high and trotted along happily. Their destination soon appeared before them. It was then that 7 to 8 young military officers walked out from a pavilion slightly away from the party. They were all conversing with one another. In the middle of the group was a black-haired youth. He stood tall and was handsome, and he had a resolute look in his starlit eyes. He wore a purple-colored military uniform, which brought out his striking features. His eyes, especially, had a deep, unfathomable look in them, and he exuded a presence that was beyond his age. If one took a careful look, one might even sense a deeper air of violence that he had concealed. The young man drew all attention away and towards him just by standing there. The young man was Kong Dao, who had come from the Sea of Beasts and had been adopted by the current Federation President Duan Nuke as his godson. Besides the military officers who had gathered around him, he had beside him a donkey. The donkey was white in color. It looked striking and powerful and exuded an air of purity and holiness, and exuded cultivation energy at the 4th stage of the true breath realm. Both its appearance and presence were extraordinary. Kong Dao and company instantly noticed Chen Feng, Wang Baoli, and the others. The former younger officers immediately became serious and greeted the latter respectfully. Kong Dao's eyes fell on Wang Baoli, a frown appearing on his brow. He didn't say anything though, merely greeted Chen Feng. It's Kong Dao. Baoli, you and Kong Dao are both members of the Federation's 100 seedlings. You should know each other. Chen Feng paid little attention to the greetings he had received earlier. However, a smile appeared on his face when he saw Kong Dao. He nodded at Kong Dao. His eyes swept across Kong Dao's white donkey and then glanced at Wang Baoli's black donkey. He wasn't the only one. The officers behind Chen Feng and Kong Dao also couldn't help themselves as they gave both Wang Baoli's and Kong Dao's donkeys a quick glance. This was the first time Wang Baoli was seeing Kong Dao and the white donkey at his side. He froze at the sight, and his eyes widened. His monster egg hatched too. Wang Baoli took a closer look and was certain that they were the same breed. He couldn't help the sudden frustration and annoyance he was feeling. Anyone could see the difference in power between his black donkey and Kong Dao's white donkey at a single glance. His donkey not only looked perverse and ugly, but its cultivation couldn't compare to Kong Dao's donkey either. This displeased Wang Baoli. He sighed. He couldn't help wonder if this was due to his own bad luck, or if the military instructor had been biased when distributing the eggs then. I was wondering why these people were eyeing the donkey throughout the trip. They were comparing the two donkeys. Wang Baoli felt slightly unhappy. The black donkey was stunned as it stared at the white donkey in shock. Then, its eyes widened, and a fierce light shone in its eyes. It seemed overjoyed, and it dashed out from behind Wang Baoli, braying, and raced towards the white donkey. Chapter 333, Save Me! Chapter 333, Save Me! Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Sun. son. The black donkey seemed happy to see one of its kind for the very first time. As it dashed forward, Kong Dao's white donkey raised its head arrogantly and with a sudden burst of speed, sent its leg kicking. It was so quick that the black donkey barely had time to react. The kick landed on its body. With a loud sound, it was flung back. The black donkey fell to the ground with a loud thud. It wasn't injured. However, it looked dazed. It didn't expect the other creature to kick him. White Phoenix. Kong Dao chastised his donkey. The white donkey instantly stopped in its steps. It gave the dazed black donkey a disdainful look and returned back to Kong Dao's side, nuzzling Kong Dao's leg obediently. Kong Dao cupped his fists and saluted Chen Feng. Then, with the arrogant white donkey and its raised head, he left. Wang Baoli was furious when he saw the scene. He stared at his donkey. It looked dazed and had that innocent look on its face. He couldn't say a single word. This was, after all, a military base. His own donkey had been the one that had charged at someone else, as if asking for a beating. He pretended as if the entire incident didn't happen and continued talking to Chen Feng about the Baoli cannon. Before long, they reached the campsite where the assembly was to take place. He made his excuses and left for the washroom when they did, which was when he grabbed the donkey and headed inside. As soon as they stepped inside, Wang Baoli turned and leveled a furious glare at the donkey. Its ears were drooping. He was angry at how useless it was. Where are your amazing skills when you need them? Don't you find yourself an embarrassment? You were kicked aside by a female donkey. Look how awesome and invincible you usually are at home. You even dare to bite me. How about now? Where did all that go? The donkey seemed to understand Wang Baoli's words. It shuddered, and its eyes grew red. I, Wang Baoli, am charming and talented, ferocious and invincible, have no equal amongst my peers, have never been taken advantage of by others, and have always been the one to take advantage of others. But you stupid little donkey can't even handle a female donkey. You were even beaten up. Are you still part of the male species? You're a disgrace. Wang Baoli lamented and sighed. He was all right with Kong Dao's donkey being powerful, but his own donkey had slid close and practically asked for a beating. If this hadn't been the military base, he would have struck back. The donkey heard what Wang Baoli said and saw the scornful look in Wang Baoli's eyes. Its breathing grew uneven, and its eyes red. For the very first time in its life, the innocent look in its eyes transformed into fury. It turned its head abruptly. It was as if it could see through walls and could sense where the white donkey was. It glared in its direction for a very long time as it gnashed its teeth. The grudge it was feeling had intensified and become an obsession. What's the point of swearing? When you become stronger in the future, you can go beat it up. Grab it and take it down. That's what you should do. Show it what you've got. Wang Baoli snorted. He was done with his reprimand. Before he stepped out, he couldn't help but sigh again. You're an embarrassment. Wang Baoli didn't notice the donkey's burning red eyes as he stepped out from the washroom. It stared in the direction of where the white donkey was. The fury in its eyes was laced with violence, seeming to promise vengeance. Wang Baoli shoved down the unhappiness in his heart when he left the washroom and returned to the task of advising and supervising the assembly. A Baoli cannon was swiftly assembled with his instruction, and they tested the cannon and collected some data. General Chen was all praises and admiration. Wang Baoli didn't hold himself back as he personally advised the consultants from the Martian military. After busying with the assembly for more than half the day, Wang Baoli finally shared with the consultants all that he knew about the assembly and the encrypted inscriptions. Both he and Chen Feng personally supervised the process. After making sure that there were no problems, Wang Baoli prepared to take his leave. General Chen, if there is nothing else, Wang Baoli turned and spoke to Chen Feng. However, before he could finish his words, Chen Feng's voice transmission ring suddenly vibrated. The expression on Chen Feng's face changed suddenly after he read the transmission. Baoli, you can leave first. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be seeing you off. Chen Feng turned and left after saying that. He had a solemn expression on his face. Wang Baoli could sense that something serious must have happened. He had wanted to ask about Lin Qianhao, but it seemed like this wasn't an appropriate time for that. Just as he was about to leave, his voice transmission ring rang suddenly. Wang Baoli, I've just received news. Something happened to Lin Qianhao's team. I'm not sure what exactly. I'll let you know when I have more details. The sender was Li Wanna. Wang Baoli froze when he heard Li Wanna's transmission. The look on his face grew serious as he recalled the somber look on Chen Feng's face earlier. He suddenly lifted his head abruptly and stared at Chen Feng, who was hastily walking away. He decided to throw caution to the wind and shouted suddenly. General Chen, my vice dean, Lin Qianhao, took my place and joined one of the military teams on a mission. Do you have any news of him? Chen Feng, who had been hurrying off, froze when he heard what Wang Baoli had said. He turned around and gave Wang Baoli a deep, meaningful look. He was about to speak when Wang Baoli hurried over and said hastily. I've spoken to Lin Qianhao's father. He knows that his son had been called to serve in my place. General Chen, I have a responsibility to Senator Lin Yu for this matter. Wang Baoli's words were timely. If it had been for purely personal reasons, Chen Feng wouldn't have shared anything with Wang Baoli. Despite Wang Baoli's strong and close working relationship with the military in the Federation, the Martian military was a separate and relatively autonomous entity. But now that Senator Lin Yu was included in the picture, even he had to deliberate and weigh his decisions. Finally, he gave Wang Baoli a long, meaningful look. I don't know the details as well. Follow me. After Chen Feng said that, the soldiers at his side immediately approached Wang Baoli and checked his person. After that, he was brought up to Chen Feng's cruiser. It took off and sped towards the command center in Zone 36. Chen Feng didn't speak to Wang Baoli during the entire ride. He attended to the numerous transmissions he kept receiving during the trip. Wang Baoli found it difficult to start a conversation as well. He had a bad feeling about this. Amidst his growing anxiety, they soon reached the military command center. The two got out of the cruiser and walked into a large room with a giant spirit screen. The room was bustling with people busy with their own work. Someone approached Chen Feng hastily and reported to him. Sir, we confirmed that we've lost all communication with Team 6 and Team 7, everyone in the team, including the array formation cultivator, the Dharmic armament cultivator, our military personnel, as well as the priest, have all disappeared. Our array formation can no longer sense the blood-colored village. It has vanished into thin air. The blood-colored mist has also dispersed, we can't find any trace of the mist in all zones in the entire Martian planet. The reports followed one by one. Chen Feng attended to them immediately. The expression on Wang Baoli's face grew more serious, and the sense of foreboding inside him intensified. Li Wanna's transmission arrived at this moment. She told Wang Baoli that the military had sent out 7 teams to handle the blood-colored mist incident. At present, 5 teams had returned. Teams 6 and 7 had to travel to locations further away from the base, which was why their projected time of return had been estimated to be later than the rest. Everything had gone according to plan. All 7 teams had dug up invaluable information and resources for the colony. However, an hour ago, they had lost contact with Teams 6 and 7 suddenly. After a scan via the array formation, the military had found that the teams had disappeared into thin air. The Martian colony was giving this due attention. The governor, deputy governor, as well as the various department heads soon arrived at the command center. Li Wanna was one of them as well. Many noticed Wang Baoli and nodded at him. However, there was no time for small talk. Everyone was concerned about the latest development of the sudden incident. The Martian military had sent out a rescue force as soon as they could to investigate the matter. The Martian colony governor also activated her access rights to the array formation for another scan. Hours passed and evening arrived. They didn't find anything new, regardless of how hard they searched. The rescue cruiser arrived at the scene where the teams had gone missing and found nothing. The blood-colored mist, the village, and the missing teams seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared in the first place. There was dead silence, no one spoke. Everyone had come to the same conclusion. It was likely that the missing people were all dead. Wang Baoli couldn't remember how he had made it back to the academy. He seemed to still be in a daze. His brain had stopped working. He sat in his residence silently, staring at the four walls without speaking. He still couldn't believe it. Lin Qianhao had just disappeared. Just like that. Lin Qianhao had taken Wang Baoli's stead. If Wang Baoli hadn't been trapped in the cave with Li Wanna, the list of missing persons wouldn't include Lin Qianhao. From how he saw it, Lin Qianhao had taken Wang Baoli's place and suffered what should have been his fate. Wang Baoli couldn't begin to untangle the web of complicated emotions he had regarding that. However, he was powerless to do anything. When Lin Yu had found out about this matter, he set everything aside. He was now on his way from Earth. Amidst the silence, the bitterness and the complicated, mixed feelings, Wang Baoli found himself unable to train. He continued waiting silently while seeking more information. 2 days passed. No clues had surfaced regarding the missing persons. On the second day, late in the night, Wang Baoli pulled out a bottle of wine and took a huge gulp from the bottle. He was filled with anxiety and guilt. His eyes shone with resolution. He intended to conduct a search personally. He wouldn't be able to ease the guilt and worry he was feeling if he didn't do so. As the thought flashed across Wang Baoli's mind, suddenly, in the dead silence of the night, his voice transmission ring started to vibrate. A familiar voice rang out. It was the faint, feeble voice of Lin Qianhao. "Save me!" Wang Baoli's eyes widened when he heard the voice. His breathing quickened instantly, and he turned and stared at the voice transmission ring. Chapter 334, Rescue. Chapter 334, Rescue. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The sudden transmission in the middle of the night sent Wang Baoli into shock. His breathing stilled for a second. He grabbed at the voice transmission ring and spoke hurriedly into it, his eyes bright with worry and anxiety. "Qianhao, where are you?" However, no matter how many transmissions Wang Baoli sent, Lin Qianhao seemed to have vanished into thin air again. Wang Baoli was greeted with radio silence. It was like sinking a rock into the deep ocean. He tried a few more times without any success before he climbed to his feet, determination shining in his eyes. Lin Qianhao had taken his place on the team. Wang Baoli knew that Lin Qianhao's disappearance had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't help his guilt. He didn't hesitate. He located the Martian colony governor's transmission number and contacted her. After becoming the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, as a secondary rank for noble and part of the Martian administration's middle management, he had almost all the transmission numbers of the members of the upper Martian administration. That included the governor and the deputy governor. If it had been some other matter, Wang Baoli might not have sent a voice transmission over directly. It was in the middle of the night, after all. It was inappropriate to disturb the governor's rest so late at night. Wang Baoli couldn't care less about that at the moment. As the voice transmission connected, Wang Baoli started speaking hurriedly without waiting for the other side to start talking. "Governor, this is Wang Baoli. I just received a transmission from my vice-dean Lin Qianhao." As soon as he said that, the calm, serious voice of the Martian colony governor rang out from the voice transmission ring. "Lin Qianhao from Team 6? Yes, he just sent a transmission calling for help. But after that, there was no message from. Bring along your voice transmission ring and report to the military base," the Martian colony governor said abruptly, her voice firm. She ended the transmission. Wang Baoli could hear that the governor was treating this very seriously. He didn't delay a single second. He rushed out of his residence and retrieved his cruiser. The donkey, with its astute senses, realized what Wang Baoli was doing and leaped aboard as Wang Baoli boarded the cruiser. Wang Baoli had no time to bother with the donkey. He started the cruiser's engines, and it surged forward with a sudden burst of speed. With a roar, it sped off into the night like a dash of a rainbow, racing towards Zone 36. In the daytime, under usual circumstances, one would have required some time to travel from Zone 12 to Zone 36. However, Wang Baoli drove the cruiser at top speed, and it raced across the night sky like a shooting star. Within 15 minutes, he arrived at the military base in Zone 36. There was someone waiting for him when he arrived, and he was led straight to the command center. When Wang Baoli entered the command center, he saw at least 100 people working frantically in front of a large spirit screen. Projected onto the spirit screen was an image of planet Mars. There were hundreds of locations lit up on the planet, sparkling incessantly. The 5 most powerful military figures in Mars, including Chen Feng, as well as the deputy governor, and the colony disciplinary orders Li Wana, were all there. Everyone turned their eyes towards Wang Baoli when he entered the room. If it had been some other time, Wang Baoli would have capitalized on this opportunity where he had all eyes on him to show off a little, but he couldn't summon any energy or willingness for that now. He walked quickly towards the group and stopped before the governor. Then, he quickly pulled out his voice transmission ring. He had guessed during the trip to the command center that the governor must have some special way of locating Lin Qianhao through the emergency call he had sent to his voice transmission ring. His guess was correct. The Martian colony governor didn't say a word as she took the voice transmission ring from him. Light flickered across her eyes. Instantly, a perfected core formation realm cultivation erupted from her person. The array formation blanketing the entire planet started churning. Dazzling spots of light appeared out of thin air and gathered on the voice transmission ring on the governor's right palm. The voice transmission ring floated into the air. The light threads pierced through the ring and seemed to be conducting some form of analysis on the ring. The entire process took only 15 minutes. Under the group's nervous gazes and Wang Baoli's anxious gaze, the light in the governor's eyes intensified. A fierce light exploded from the voice transmission ring hovering in mid-air and fell onto the spirit screen. The hundreds of spots of light on the image of Mars disappeared in an instant. After they all vanished, a red light spot appeared, marking an uninhabited region a distance away from the Martian city. It was the only light remaining on the Martian map. The voice transmission came from this place. It came not from the surface but from underground, the governor said sternly. Everyone, including Wang Baoli, stared at the red light. A few amongst them saw where the location was and seemed alarmed. This region seems to be in the vicinity of the divine armament. The few who had been alarmed earlier looked at each other. The coincidence made them wary. Wang Baoli froze when he heard that. He suddenly remembered the selection for the Federation's 100 seedlings. There had been news then of Kong Dao's contribution to the Federation through his discovery of what might seem to be the resting place of a divine armament on Mars. Divine armament. Wang Baoli raised his head abruptly and stared at the spirit screen. We must act immediately. The governor stared at the location marked out by the red light, then said calmly. There was a considering look in her eyes. The deputy governor, the giant tree, had a somber look on his face as well. He turned towards the governor and nodded slightly, then spoke in a low voice. Governor, I've not had the chance to prove myself since I arrived on Mars. Let me take part in this mission. I want to find out what is the cause for the recent happenings. Everyone looked at the governor after the giant tree spoke. The governor had her own considerations. Her duty was to protect the Martian colony city, so leaving the city should be her last resort. It was, therefore, most appropriate for the deputy governor to lead the rescue mission. He was similarly at the perfected core formation realm. After some thought, she nodded her approval, and a rescue team was soon put together. The giant tree would lead the team. The military had also included 3 core formation realm cultivators, with Chen Feng being one of them. There were also a number of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators in the team. The team numbered more than 50 members. Wang Baoli was still concerned about the personal grudges the giant tree had against him. However, he still requested to be part of the team after some thought. The governor gave his request some thought and agreed. She gave the deputy governor a deep, meaningful look before the team set off. My Cassir comrade, I hope there will be no accidents during this mission. Else, we will not be able to avoid the Federation's direct investigation into the matter. After all, the mission's location is not far from where the divine armament purports to be. The giant tree lowered his head in acquiescence. However, he was secretly alarmed. Others might not have understood the underlying message, but he was the deputy governor. He had fought the Federation president. With his cunning, he naturally understood the warning in the governor's words. I have nothing against the others. The only person I might hold a grudge against is Wang Baoli. Is she trying to tell me not to try anything? She's truly underestimated me. The giant tree smiled, and his eyes flashed. He wouldn't harm Wang Baoli now, not with so many eyes focused on them and with what they were about to do. It was a clumsy and foolish way of accomplishing one's goals. Besides, his intention was to carry out the mission flawlessly. He hoped to make a good impression and establish a good name for himself on Mars. He wanted to use this opportunity to gain the Federation's trust. In reality, since he had joined the Federation, he had come to realize that Federation politics weren't as simple as they seemed. The complexities ran deep. He recalled what he had heard a few days earlier about something called an anti-spirit bomb. It sent him reeling in shock. At the same time, his interest in the Federation's secrets grew. The military would identify talents every year and send them to a mysterious place which nobody else knew about. Not to mention the plans to colonize the ancient green bronze sword. Besides, is there really no nascent soul realm cultivator in the Federation? I thought so in the past, but now? I'm not so sure. There was a glimmer in the giant tree's eyes. He concealed his thoughts. He knew that what was most important at this moment was to prove himself. The Martian colony governor and the others saw them off as they boarded a large cruiser and took off into the Martian sky. Within the cruiser was the giant tree, the other core formation realm and Foundation establishment realm cultivators, as well as Wang Baoli. The donkey was at Wang Baoli's side as well. It seemed to sense the tension in the air and the terrifying presence of the giant tree and the other core formation realm cultivators. It sprawled quietly and obediently at Wang Baoli's side and gave nobody trouble. Wang Baoli wasn't reckless with his own safety. Before they set off, he took out his voice transmission ring and reported where he would be going to the ethereal Tao College's sect lord. He did it right in front of the giant tree. His mind was set to ease after he had done that. He looked out towards the snow and ice-laden lands of the Martian planet. He muttered inwardly. Lin Qianhao, hold on. Chapter 335, Reanimation. Chapter 335, Reanimation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The rescue cruiser dashed through the Martian sky in a speedy blur. It seemed to pierce the heavens as it shot through the sky. Their journey took less than an hour. Flying at a speed that surpassed ordinary cruisers, they soon reached their destination. Their destination, a wasteland. It was barren of snow, and the ground was red and bare of plant life. There was nothing, except a circular cave. A red glow spilled out from within the cave. The dusty red Martian soil looked even redder under the light, looking as if it had been soaked in blood. Everyone froze when they saw the sight, and a strange, bizarre feeling unfurled inside them. The giant tree, dressed in black robes, stared at the entrance of the cave with his expressionless face. An icy glimmer surfaced in his eyes. He matched the location of the cave with the coordinates provided by the array formation before saying coolly, "This is it." He leaped off the cruiser and charged out. Behind him followed the three core formation realm cultivators from the military, which included Chen Feng. They all had somber expressions on their faces as they dashed out after the giant tree and entered the blood-colored cave. The last to follow were Wang Baoli and the remaining Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Despite the terrifying blood-colored sight, they leaped off the cruiser without hesitation and entered the cave. Wang Baoli was one of them. The donkey seemed frightened out of its wits, and it stuck closely to Wang Baoli. Under the lead of the giant tree, Chen Feng, and a few others, the party of 50-odd people entered the cave. As soon as they stepped inside, Wang Baoli caught the heavy scent of blood in the air. It permeated the cave and was like a punch to the face. It was nauseating. It was akin to the smell of rotting corpses and freshly removed organs. It was beyond what words could describe. Their heartbeats quickened uncontrollably as a long, cavernous tunnel appeared before their eyes. The tunnel was 10 yards wide. It looked vast, and its walls were lined with cracks. Some were so small that one would have to take a closer look to notice them, while some were so large that they formed their own tunnels and pathways that seemed to go on forever. They couldn't compare to the main tunnel, of course. This tunnel was freshly dug. Chen Feng examined the walls and said slowly. The giant tree and the other two core formation realm cultivators checked the walls as well. Then, they looked at one another before racing down the tunnel. Wang Baoli was together with the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. When he had stepped into the cave, he had sensed the dark fire inside his body stirring. It had seemed livelier than usual. That had convinced him that his earlier guess had been right. He had been able to practice the dark art because he had inhaled a small bit of blood-colored mist when he had been trapped in the cave. His guess had been correct all along. What exactly is that blood-colored mist? They said that this cave is not far from where the divine armament is. Does this have something to do with the divine armament? The gears in Wang Baoli's head spun rapidly. He dared not allow the distraction though. This was clearly dangerous territory, and the one leading the party was none other than the giant tree. Even though Wang Baoli had contacted the sect lord and informed him of his location, thus ensuring that the giant tree wouldn't dare to harm him so blatantly, they were in dangerous territory. Sometimes, there was no need to dirty one's own hands to kill someone else. Choosing not to offer a helping hand or prioritizing whom to save first could decide whether a person lived or died. That was why since they had entered the cave, Wang Baoli had chosen not to venture further up front but instead decided to stick with the other cultivators. He had no time to overthink it anyway. He pulled himself together and followed the group as they moved steadily down the tunnel. Everyone was on high alert and observing their surroundings, and they didn't progress very far before a series of sudden thundering roars rang out from the end of the tunnel. They sounded like the roars of ferocious beasts and appeared suddenly. The giant tree, who had been walking at the front, suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed at something in the wall beside him. His attack was swift. When he struck, black claws made out of wood seemed to appear and overlay his actual hand. His hand pierced the wall and pulled. A half-rotting corpse was dragged out from the wall. The clothes on the corpse were torn and beyond recognition, and the corpse was filled with maggots and gave off an incredible stench. It exuded the smell of death. Despite that, it still moved. It was like a living dead. Its hands kept clawing outward even though it had been caught by the giant tree. Howls that sent shivers down one's spine crawled out of its mouth. Alarm flashed across everyone's faces. They dashed away from the walls. What is that? The living dead? A reanimation. The giant tree frowned. He snorted, then with a twist, crushed the skull of the corpse he had captured. The beheaded body fell to the ground. It was still crawling on the ground after losing its head. Wang Baoli's scalp began to prickle. The others around him were equally alarmed and horrified. Shouts began to travel from afar. The sounds of something digging their way through the earth came from beneath them on the ground and around them in the walls. Alarm and terror surged inside everyone as heads started popping out from the four walls, from the ground, and even from above them in the ceiling. There were sounds of racing footsteps and howling coming from the end of the tunnel. The soil was glowing a blood red, and with that light, the rescue party saw, in their shock, 3 figures stepping out from the end of the tunnel. They were all corpses, but there was little sign of decomposition on their bodies. Their clothes remained mostly intact, and an alarming energy force exploded from their bodies when they appeared. When the rescue team, including the giant tree, Chen Feng, and Wang Baoli, saw the clothes the 3 people were wearing, their eyes immediately widened in shock. The clothes were vastly different from common Federation fashion. They were clearly from a much older era. Wang Baoli had seen corpses of the ancient green bronze sword in the Spirit Breath village before. He immediately recognized what these corpses in front of them were wearing. They weren't humans from Earth, they were beings from the ancient green bronze sword. These corpses had clearly fallen onto Mars alongside the fragmented pieces when the ancient green bronze sword pierced the sun. It was unknown why they had become the zombies they were now. This was the same for the heads that had popped out from the walls, the ground, and from the tunnel ahead of them. As soon as they appeared, they began to howl and struggle their way out of the soil. They charged towards the rescue party as soon as they freed themselves. The 3 corpses at the end of the tunnel, brimming with violence, did the same and charged at the giant tree, Chen Feng, and company. There was chaos in the tunnel. The sounds of explosions and howling resounded in the air. The giant tree, Chen Feng, and the other core formation realm cultivators were busy fighting off the hordes. They had been holding their ground before a dozen, or so corpses with equally alarming murderous air charged towards the cultivators from the end of the tunnel. A little giant that stood 30-odd meters tall, holding a gigantic pole made from bone, marched towards them, booming every step of the way. There were too many of them. The party fought back frantically, but they knew this wasn't sustainable. The giant tree and Chen Feng soon charged out. As they fought their way out, they yelled at the rest behind them. Scatter! Get out of here if you can. Those who can't, try your best to stay alive. Chen Feng, follow me. I'm going to fight my way in. I want to know what this place is hiding. The giant tree had a fearsome expression on his face. He had reigned supreme on the moon and was a lord in his own right. Most monsters in the Sea of Beasts would pale in comparison against his violent and brutal nature. As rage overtook his mind, he surged forward, leaving behind an afterimage of a giant tree in his wake. He charged deeper into the tunnel. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, including Wang Baoli, watched as the giant tree, Chen Feng, and the core formation realm cultivators fought their way deeper into the tunnel. They started to spread out and find a way out. Some wormed into the cracks in the walls. Even though the corpses had come from the walls and the earth around them, the cracks in the walls were narrow and allowed the cultivators to defend themselves via a narrow crack. If they were lucky, they might even find a way out through the crack. Wang Baoli, with a cold and merciless look on his face, wielded his dharmic armament and slashed two corpses into halves with a single sweep of his blade. He observed the growing number of corpses around him and realized that most in his group had split up. He gritted his teeth and swept his blade across in a single slash. Then, he turned, snaked into a crack, and dashed deeper in. The donkey had remained on its toes during the entire chaotic battle. It hadn't been able to help itself and had taken a few bites of the rotten flesh. It had then spat the meat out with a grimace. When Wang Baoli had gone into a crack in the wall, it followed swiftly and raced towards it as well. Chapter 336, Food Approaches. Chapter 336, Food Approaches. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Such excitement when we've just arrived. Wang Baoli traveled swiftly, moving deeper into the crevice. He narrowed his eyes and kept on high alert against possible dangers around him. Everything had seemed so bizarre and out of this world since they had entered the cave. The appearance of the zombies had been too sudden and unexpected. It seems that most of the corpses are ancient corpses though. I didn't see any Federation cultivators amongst them. That means, there's a great chance that Lin Qianhao is still alive. Wang Baoli concluded. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and slashed his blade towards the right. As soon as the blade fell, a hand and head that had just popped out from the wall were instantly chopped off. There's another thing. Since I entered the cave, the dark fire inside my body has stirred. The deeper I go, the livelier it gets. Wang Baoli frowned as he fell into deep thought. Since he had entered the crevice, he had taken the opportunity to release the dark fire since there was no one around him. He wanted to see if it had any effect on the zombies. He didn't know why, but while the dark fire was able to exact damage on the zombies, after being set aflame, had gone mad. Hunger appeared in their blank eyes, and they lunged at Wang Baoli in a craze. Wang Baoli immediately hid his dark fire. He was shocked by what he had seen. He realized that the zombies must have something to do with the dark fire. Then, he recalled what Little Missy had said. As an early-stage dark art practitioner, he shouldn't reveal the dark fire so recklessly. Little Missy was right. The zombies went crazy as soon as I revealed the dark fire. Wang Baoli decided not to use the dark fire unless it was his last resort. He raced through the crevice and soon saw an exit. The exit led back to the main tunnel. The cave only had that one tunnel. The various cracks on the walls might connect to other cracks, but their entrances and exits all led back to the main tunnel. The only difference was which part of the main tunnel they led to. There were also crevices that grew narrower until they led to a dead end packed with soil. In order to proceed, one would have to dig their way out. Wang Baoli was lucky. The crevice he had chosen didn't require him to dig his way out. When he saw the opening, his eyes flashed. His mosquitoes appeared and raced towards the exit. Wang Baoli immediately got a clear view of the outside world through the mosquito's vision. Everything was quiet outside the opening of this crevice. There were no zombies, only a vast patch of blood-colored grass on the ground. Wang Baoli released a breath of relief. He didn't lower his guard though. He turned and stared at the donkey behind him. It was staring at the leg of the corpse that Wang Baoli had just chopped off with mixed feelings. It seemed to want to eat it, but knew that it wouldn't taste good. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know. Wang Baoli glared at the donkey, then ignored it. He had realized that even though the donkey was at the third level of the true breath realm, it seemed to be reaching a breakthrough. It had a strong sense of self-preservation. It had managed to keep up with Wang Baoli during the chaotic battle earlier. Throughout the entire fight, Wang Baoli hadn't seen a single zombie manage to grab hold of it. It was clear that the donkey possessed some extraordinary gift that was beyond his understanding. He decided to ignore the donkey. Wang Baoli dashed out from the crevice and stepped back into the tunnel. He surveyed his surroundings immediately. The dark fire inside him stirred, and through the dark fire, he sensed the direction he should be going and was about to move. It was at that moment that the blood-colored grass around them suddenly rustled. They seemed to undergo a sudden transformation, growing suddenly in a blink of an eye. Countless blades of blood grass sprouted from the ground and the walls. They were like tentacles reaching wildly for Wang Baoli. The path behind Wang Baoli was the same. He was trapped. A glimmer flashed in his eyes. The dharmic armament in his hand shone, and he slashed. With a thundering sweep of the blade, he slashed through a great number of them, but there were too many. They possessed an extraordinary resilience and corrosive properties. Despite Wang Baoli's coarse, thick skin, he still felt the burning agony of the grass blades touching his skin. Their numbers posed a great challenge. He wouldn't mind spending more time to fight his way back into the crevice. However, he would have to wade through the patch of blood grass. The grass was the greatest obstacle of all. He threw everything at them. Lightning, heated burst, and everything else he knew, but they did little damage to the grass. He even tried his puppets, but those were useless too. The blood grass quickly wormed its way into the puppets and corroded them from the inside. His frustration grew as he slashed at the grass. An icy glint flashed in his eyes. He was about to release the dark fire when suddenly, within the crevice that was about to be sealed shut by the blood grass, the donkey's gleeful cries rang out. Son! Wang Baoli was startled when he heard that. He turned towards the crevice and saw the donkey. Its eyes shone with excitement as it snapped its mouth open and munched crazily at the blood grass. It can do that too. Wang Baoli was stunned. Then he recalled how the donkey had resorted to eating flowers and grass when it had been starving in the academy. Clearly, the taste of the blood grass was much more delicious than rotting flesh. It picked up its pace as it ate, and grew more excited as it ate. Within a short span of time, it decimated all the blood grass in the crevice. Then, it bounced out happily and saw the spread of food awaiting him. The donkey shook with excitement and joy. It bounced a few more times happily. Son! Son! Wang Baoli was overjoyed as well. He kept an eye on the donkey's frantic eating while slashing his way through the grass. However, he soon grew displeased. He realized that the donkey still had the energy to prance about while eating. He thought for a bit, then yelled suddenly. Scram, I won't let you eat all these good stuff. I'm going to cut them all down. Wang Baoli picked up his pace and began furiously slashing at the grass. His angry shout and actions instantly sent the donkey into a panic. Its eyes reddened. It stopped fooling around and, with even greater speed, started eating up all the blood grass around him. It seemed to have gotten the hang of it after a while. After taking a bit, it would suck the rest of the blood grass into its mouth, roots and all, then move on to the rest of the blood grass. The blood grass in the area soon diminished rapidly under the donkey's frantic devouring. Wang Baoli was very pleased. He shouted again. You've gone too far. There is still a lot of delicious blood grass ahead of us. I'm going to destroy all of them. Wang Baoli yelled furiously. He pretended that he was about to charge forward. The donkey saw that and grew even more frantic. It howled and dashed out with a burst of speed. It raced straight into the tunnel and entered the patch of blood grass before Wang Baoli, munching madly at the grass as it advanced. Wang Baoli followed leisurely behind the donkey, yelling once in a while and swishing about with his saber, displaying mock displeasure. Wang Baoli made his way smoothly through the tunnel. At the same time, bloodgrass and zombies also made their appearances in other parts of the tunnel. They only appeared when there were cultivators around. There were some casualties amongst the cultivators. However, as members of the rescue force, the cultivators possessed significant battle capabilities and experience. Despite their shock and terror, most of them were able to protect themselves. They didn't suffer extensive injuries and were mainly trapped. That persisted for a while, until then. In a part of the tunnel, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was surrounded by countless bloodgrass. A blood-colored silhouette appeared behind him soundlessly, without his notice. It was a blurry figure, almost translucent. It inclined towards transparency most of the time, and its features were indistinct. From its height, it seemed to be a little boy. As soon as he appeared, the zombies and bloodgrass around him shuddered faintly. They seemed to be terrified of the boy. The boy's eyes were filled with a cold, merciless flame that seemed like it could freeze all life. The boy stared coldly at the trapped cultivator before him. He moved suddenly and passed through the cultivator's body. The cultivator, who hadn't noticed a single thing, suddenly trembled. The light in his eyes faded as his vitality vanished that instant, and he collapsed to the ground. He never saw it coming. Until the moment of his death, he hadn't seen the blood-colored boy who had passed through him and appeared before him. He didn't see the white ball of flames that had appeared in the boy's hand after he had passed through his body. The boy flung the ball of fire into his mouth and licked his lips. He took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, it was behind another cultivator who was trapped within a circle of zombies and fighting for his dear life. He didn't pause. He passed through the cultivator, and the cultivator shuddered and died instantly. The boy swallowed the ball of fire. He disappeared again, then reappeared and killed again. He wasn't very powerful. In fact, he could be seen as weak. However, the cultivators were all unable to sense his presence. He seemed to possess a bizarre, natural ability that made everyone defenseless against him. He moved about like this was his home and killed a dozen men in this manner. The next time he reappeared, he saw before him a donkey munching at grass frantically and Wang Baoli hollering at the donkey. The boy frowned slightly when he saw Wang Baoli. His nose twitched, and doubt appeared in his eyes. He pondered for a while and seemed unable to come to a conclusion. Frustration and annoyance began to color his eyes. He moved and dashed towards Wang Baoli. He was very, very fast. He passed the donkey, which was happily munching at the grass around him, in an instant. He ignored the donkey. It was then that. Suddenly, the donkey's nose twitched. It seemed to sense food drawing near. Not just food, but very, very delicious food. It opened its mouth wide instinctively and twisted its head towards the boy. With startling speed, it snapped its jaws shut and sank its teeth in. Chapter 337, A Great Grudge. Chapter 337, A Great Grudge. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The boy was fast, but the speed that the donkey was capable of when it was snatching food was equally fast. Especially when it sensed that its food was rushing past it and towards its master, it panicked uncontrollably then. It sincerely thought that the greatest enemy in its life was the guy behind it. He kept stopping it from filling its stomach. He even fought it for food. What the donkey found unacceptable was how the food flew past it and ignored it entirely, heading straight into the arms of its master. It was unwilling to admit defeat. It turned suddenly and with a sudden bite, crunched down hard. The bite was unexpected and sudden. Wang Baoli hadn't expected it. Even the invisible, cold and arrogant-looking blood-colored boy hadn't expected it. It was something he would never have dreamed would happen. The silly-looking donkey that had been munching on grass all along had bitten him. He found it hard to believe that the donkey could see him. What shocked him and sent his body trembling was how quickly the donkey had suddenly come at him. It had been a complete blur. It sank its teeth directly into his right arm. There was a sudden crunch. The boy let loose a terrible scream that no one could hear. Half the length of his arm was snapped off clean by the donkey. There was an explosion of blood that no one could see. The boy's face was drained of blood instantly. Terror shone in his eyes, and he looked incredulous. It seemed as if it had never crossed his mind since the day he was born that he might one day be bitten. The boy gasped in pain and terror when he saw the donkey attempting a second bite. He ignored the blood spurting from his arm and retreated hastily. He narrowly avoided another horrible bite from the donkey. Wang Baoli hadn't sensed the little boy. He saw the donkey turning its head and snapping its teeth suddenly though. He found that strange. He eyed his surroundings but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The donkey had its back towards Wang Baoli. It looked smug. It seemed happy that its food hadn't been snatched away by Wang Baoli. It swayed its tail and with 2 to 3 bites, quickly chewed and swallowed the arm. It chewed and then its eyes widened suddenly. There was a lost look in its eyes, which soon disappeared as the donkey's eyes reddened. There was a sudden crazed look in them. It turned and started looking around. This was the most delicious thing it had ever eaten in its entire life. What are you snapping at? Focus on your grass. Wang Baoli saw the donkey pause in its eating and glared at it. Reprimanded, the donkey took a deep breath and stared innocently back at Wang Baoli before continuing to nibble at the grass. It seemed to feel a deep sense of regret at not finding the delicious food it had bitten into. The grass had tasted great, but now it just tasted like wax and dust. But the donkey was simply too hungry. It continued to munching rapidly. Its earlier look of innocence when it had turned back and stared at Wang Baoli scared the latter though. Wang Baoli felt something amiss. He knew the donkey's character, and the silly creature wouldn't show such an expression under normal circumstances. It only did that when it ate something it shouldn't or did something it didn't know that it shouldn't. To pretend that nothing actually happened, it would put on that innocent face. Something's wrong. Hey, Scram. Did you go behind my back and eat something you shouldn't? Wang Baoli stared at the donkey with suspicion. The donkey immediately panicked when it heard that. It turned around hurriedly and gave Wang Baoli a look of confusion and innocence. Its deliberate attempt at concealment sealed the deal for Wang Baoli. But, no matter how he searched the area, he couldn't find anything. He glared at the donkey again before leading it forward into the tunnel. The donkey was overjoyed when it saw that Wang Baoli couldn't find anything wrong. It took a few steps then started braying. The young man and donkey continued their way deeper into the tunnel, amidst Wang Baoli's throbbing headache and unresolved curiosity. The pair vanished down a tunnel that had been eaten clean by the donkey, and the blood-colored boy slowly reappeared after they left. He was no longer as arrogant as he had been earlier. He seemed furious, his anger tinged with hate and terror. His right arm had been snapped clean in half. He clenched his teeth. He seemed to want to pursue the pair, but then he stared at his stump of an arm and shuddered violently. He was torn. He gritted his teeth and stared into the distance. His eyes were filled with hate, but he dared not go after them. He turned away, frustrated, and went off in another direction. If there had been someone there who had taken a closer look, they would have known that the hate in his eyes wasn't directed at Wang Baoli, but at his donkey. A great grudge had clearly been born. The completely oblivious Wang Baoli stopped thinking about the donkey's eccentric behavior. As they went deeper into the tunnel, there was less bloodgrass to be seen. Then, the grass completely disappeared. Wang Baoli saw an intense, blinding red light in front of them. He even heard the indistinct sounds of battling. It was then that the donkey shuddered and broke through from the 3rd level of the true breath realm to the 4th level. Wang Baoli was rendered speechless at how the donkey managed to eat its way through a breakthrough in cultivation. He ignored it and raced towards the light. He stopped before he reached the end of the tunnel. He saw, through the vision of the mosquitoes he had released, a large cave at the end of the tunnel. A blood-red light permeated the cave. It was vivid and filled the entire cave. It was from the hundreds of light sources in the cave. There were more than 100 bags of flesh growing on the walls and ceilings of the cave. Each meat bag was 2 to 3 meters wide. They were the source of the blinding red light. A closer look would reveal a cultivator lying inside each bag of flesh. Their eyes were shut, and they were still. It was as if the meat bags were sucking the life out of them. When Wang Baoli saw the scene through the eyes of the mosquitoes, his head almost exploded. His breath quickened, and he immediately recalled when he had been at the Coulomb Basin on Earth and met the giant tree, and come across the assimilated cultivators. The similarities were just too striking. Is the giant tree planning to revolt? Wang Baoli's eyes widened. He almost retreated instinctively, despite having seen what was inside the cave. The giant tree was inside and was battling a 30-odd-meter tall giant rotting corpse. The explosions he had heard earlier were from their battling. The giant tree wasn't alone. Chen Feng was with him. The two of them had paired up. That was how they managed to hold their ground against the giant corpse. The giant corpse had thick, coarse skin and thicker flesh. It was rotting but still possessed a strong defense. When it opened its mouth and roared, poisonous fumes spewed out from its gaping mouth. The giant tree and Chen Feng had no choice but to fall back. The giant tree seemed to be furious. An icy glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he was exuding an intense murderous aura. Wang Baoli sucked in a deep breath when he saw the sight. He didn't run away immediately. Instead, he weighed his options and released the mosquitoes. The 9 mosquitoes raced towards the glowing bags of meat and tried to bite and tear into the bags. The damage they could do was minimal. Left with no other choice, Wang Baoli commanded the mosquitoes to conduct a swift search instead. A short while later, Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. Through one of the mosquitoes' vision, he saw a meat bag hanging on the right side of the cave. Inside it was Lin Qianhao. He seemed extremely weakened and was on the verge of death. If Wang Baoli had come a moment later, there would have been no hope of saving him. Let's wing it. I'm already here. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. He charged out with a sudden burst of speed, out the tunnel and straight into the cave. He ignored the fight and instead shot towards Lin Qianhao like an arrow. He roared as he charged out. His cultivation erupted and flowed into the dharmic armament in his hand. A blinding black light erupted from the black saber as a black tornado formed behind Wang Baoli. The black crocodile merged with the saber and transformed into a towering black saber light. The power oozing off it was so great that only the best Foundation Establishment realm cultivators could achieve it. The blade fell and landed on the meat bag holding Lin Qianhao. A loud thunder resounded within the cave. The sturdy, resilient meat bag couldn't withstand Wang Baoli's blade. With a loud boom, it exploded and was ripped apart. Wang Baoli had controlled his saber well. The meat bag exploded, while Lin Qianhao lay inside, unharmed. Chapter 338, You Can't Eat That. Chapter 338, You Can't Eat That. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the meat bag exploded, fluid splattered everywhere. Lin Qianhao slid out from the bag. His originally healthy, fit body was now skin and bones. He was almost skeletal and his breathing was weak. His rescue was timely. His eyelids fluttered as if he was trying to open his eyes. Wang Baoli immediately pulled out pills and fed him a few. It was then that the giant corpse that was fighting the giant tree and Chen Feng seemed to have realized Wang Baoli's rescue. It roared. As it thundered, numerous meat bags around them started to explode. The cultivators inside them were killed immediately and transformed into zombies. They opened their eyes. Their eyes were grey. Each one of them started howling like mad beasts and charged towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli immediately grabbed Lin Qianhao and retreated hastily. He paused for a moment as he saw the meat bags around them explode continuously. He drew near a meat bag and slashed it open. He had no time to check it. He rushed towards another one and slashed it open as well. The horde of zombies charging towards him was too overwhelming. They were once cultivators. Despite their drained and skeletal states, the clothes they wore were still mostly intact. Many of them were military cultivators, while a few were array formation cultivators. Wang Baoli tried his best to defend himself and save as many people as possible. He managed to rescue a dozen or so people before the horde of zombies drew near. Anyone else would have fallen into grave danger then, but Wang Baoli was an extraordinary fighter. He howled furiously and sent his saber in a wide sweep, slashing his way out of the zombie horde and continuing his rescue efforts. He had saved 24 people when a meat bag hanging on the ceiling a distance away from him suddenly exploded. A surge of core formation realm cultivation erupted. Out emerged a core formation realm zombie. He was the leader of Team 6. As soon as he appeared, he charged towards Wang Baoli with a sudden burst of speed. Wang Baoli gasped. He stopped his rescue efforts and immediately grabbed Lin Qinhao and retreated hastily. He unleashed the full power of his dharmic armament and slashed at the approaching core formation realm zombie. A deafening explosion sounded in the air. Blood dripped from Wang Baoli's lips. He staggered back, his body like a kite suddenly cut from its string. The core formation realm zombie shuddered as well. He was pushed back multiple steps from that blow, his right arm sliced clean off by Wang Baoli's saber. The core formation realm cultivator clearly didn't possess the full strength and power of his former self before he had been zombified. He hadn't a mind of his own. He had been reduced to a beast and its base brutal nature. His loss of an arm didn't weaken his ferociousness. He howled. And charged at Wang Baoli again. Wang Baoli panted heavily. He knew that regardless of how weakened the enemy was, he was still a core formation realm cultivator. The difference in power between them was too great. He would be in grave danger should the zombie get close to him. He had no choice but to retreat, but he had Lin Qinhao with him. That made things difficult. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. As he retreated, he flung Lin Qinhao behind him and yelled. "Donkey, catch! Quickly, hide him!" As Lin Qinhao was tossed into the air, the donkey appeared out from wherever it had been hiding and dashed forward, catching Lin Qinhao. It obviously knew the seriousness of the situation. It retreated immediately, dodging a few zombies. When it reached the entrance to the tunnel, it instinctively sniffed Lin Qinhao's hand, which was hanging limply by its mouth. It seemed to be thinking. Wang Baoli, who was frantically dodging the core formation realm zombies' attacks, snuck a glance and caught the expression on the donkey's face. He got furious immediately and hollered. "Scram, you can't eat that. If you do, I'll make you shut your mouth for 3 years." Wang Baoli wasn't sure if the donkey had finally learned obedience or if the threat of having its mouth shut for 3 years got to it, but a look of innocence immediately settled on its face. It stopped sniffing and fled instantly. Wang Baoli was still slightly worried. He was obviously the one in grave danger here, but the thought of the donkey taking a few nibbles at Lin Qinhao. Wang Baoli dared not think further. His head throbbed. He switched direction as he fled and banked on his speed to avoid the zombie. The core formation realm zombie had lost its former speed as well after zombification. Anxiety simmered inside Wang Baoli. He knew that he could escape. He also knew that he was the one keeping the zombies contained by forcing their murderous attention on him. As soon as he left, the zombies would likely turn on the other cultivators whom he had saved and were still currently unconscious. "I can't hold on like this much longer." The more Wang Baoli thought about it, the more his head throbbed. He made full use of the mosquitoes to survey his surroundings. The sight of dozens of zombies surging forward made him clench his teeth. He waved his hand. Multiple lightning bolts descended and formed a thick lightning cloud in the cave. The lightning cloud didn't cover a large area. As soon as it formed, it exploded. The zombies that had been approaching Wang Baoli and charging at him were instantly blown to bits. He wasn't done yet. Wang Baoli formed hand seals rapidly. A sea of fire rose, its destructive force surging outwards explosively. It was the heated burst mystic technique. A thundering roar rose as lightning shone beneath Wang Baoli's feet. His startling speed surged, and with a sudden burst of speed, he slashed open another 4 meat bags before they exploded, saving another 4 people. He had reached his limits though. The bags of flesh around him kept exploding. The zombies' numbers rose. The walls started shifting, and the earth started loosening, out popped gruesome faces and skulls. Wang Baoli was torn. Finally, he clenched his teeth and prepared to make his escape. It was then that a roar rang out. The other 2 core formation realm cultivators from the military who had been split up earlier finally arrived. When they saw the sight before them, alarm and horror colored their faces. One of them raced towards the giant tree and Chen Feng and joined their battle. The other raced towards Wang Baoli to face the core formation realm zombie. There was deep sorrow in their eyes. They knew that what stood before them was no longer their past comrades in battle. Wang Baoli finally let loose a sigh of relief at the sight of reinforcements. He raced towards the other meat bags and slashed open another dozen before all the meat bags finally exploded. That was the best he could do. He had saved nearly 40 out of more than 100 cultivators. The rest had all transformed into zombies. It was then that the other Foundation establishment realm cultivators arrived and appeared at the entrance of the tunnel. Every one of them had looks of horror and shock on their faces. They joined the battle. Wang Baoli was finally released of most of his burden in fighting the zombie hordes alone. A chaotic battle erupted in the cave. Cries of anger, sorrow, and pain surged in the cave like tsunami waves. They rose and ebbed. The giant tree transformed into a towering Osmandus tree and ripped the giant corpse apart and then turned and joined the other battle. The battle slowly reached its end. All the zombies were decimated. Silence fell. Wang Baoli panted and realized that almost 70% of the Foundation establishment realm cultivators who had joined the fight had been killed in battle. Out of the 3 core formation realm cultivators from the military, 2 sustained minor injuries. Chen Feng's injuries were more serious. The giant tree himself had a somber expression on his face. He was less concerned about his injuries. What darkened his mood was what had happened here. Wang Baoli hadn't been the only one who had found it familiar. He himself had found it incredulous as well. That was why he had risked expending his vitality and resuming his original form in the first place. He hadn't planned for the latter. He had intended to seal his original form to save his strength, as he was building up his resources so that his cultivation might advance. However, the scene in the blood cave made him realize that wasn't possible. Even he had doubted himself upon the sight. Others would feel the same too. Should someone make use of this to stir trouble for him, he would be at a disadvantage. Damn it! What exactly is this cave? Why is it imitating me? The giant tree simmered in his frustrations. He looked at Wang Baoli and grew even more annoyed. There was nothing he could do though. He didn't try to destroy the corpses. After speaking to Chen Feng, they decided to store the corpses in their storage bracelets. He dared not destroy them. He was afraid of further misunderstandings. He intended to bring them back and allow the Martian administration to study the evidence. He was going to use that to clear his name. Those who had been rescued by Wang Baoli were all fed pills. They were unconscious but mostly unharmed. Those who remained alive were all overcome with strange feelings. What they had encountered in the cave was vastly different from the Mars they knew and remembered. The Mars they knew and remembered was dangerous, but it was dangerous because the dangers were unknown, not because they were bizarre and out of this world, like what they had encountered in the cave. Weighed down by thoughts, they soon finished the cleanup. The giant tree, Chen Feng, and the other 2 core formation realm cultivators led the party out of the cave with dark, solemn looks on their faces. Wang Baoli found his donkey. He saw that all of Lin Tianhao's limbs had remained intact and sighed a breath of relief. He followed the rest out. They sealed the cave before boarding the cruiser and racing away. As the cruiser engines roared, the giant tree suddenly lowered his head and stared at the sealed cave. He sensed, vaguely, a gaze coming from the cave. Regardless of how hard he looked, he saw nothing. Wang Baoli didn't notice that, but he realized that since he had entered the cave at the end of the tunnel, the unknown power that had roused his dark fire had vanished. He had been busy saving people then though and had no time to think about it. Now, he sank deep into thought. He stared at the sealed cave below them. This place must have something to do with the dark art. Little Missy said before that once one reached a certain level practicing the dark art, he would be able to wield the power of death. Wang Baoli became silent. He sensed the dark fire stirring inside him again without rhyme or reason. A contemplative look appeared on his face. Neither he nor the giant tree noticed the donkey sniffing the air then. It stared at the cave below them, and its eyes brightened. It started to lick its lips. On the ground, the boy, whom no one could see, stood. His remaining left hand tightened into a fist. He stared unblinkingly at the donkey, his teeth almost cracking as he clenched his jaw tight. Chapter 339, I Can't Tell You. Chapter 339, I Can't Tell You. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The cruiser shot through the heavens and soon reached the Martian city's military base. As soon as it landed, Lin Qianhao and the other rescued cultivators were immediately taken away to receive medical attention. The Martian city governor and some others had been waiting for them. Wang Baoli saw Lin Yu as well. The latter had clearly just arrived. Else, he would have joined the mission to the Blood Cave. He saw Lin Qianhao, who had clearly lost weight but was unharmed in general, and let loose a sigh of relief. A closer look would reveal the increased number of white hair on his head. There were more of them now than when Wang Baoli had first seen him. It was clear. He might have seemed calm and composed when he received Wang Baoli's message, but he had been anxious then. The degree of worry he had hidden then must have been indescribable. He wouldn't have so easily left the ethereal city, otherwise, and traveled such a great distance to Mars. He was a senator and the lord of a city, after all. Now that he had his heart set at ease, Lin Yu gave Wang Baoli a long, meaningful look. He didn't say much. Instead, he patted Wang Baoli on the shoulder. He stopped Lin Qianhao from being sent to the healing chamber in the Martian military base, and carried his son away so that he might help him recover elsewhere. Wang Baoli let loose a sigh of relief when he saw that. He never liked owing people favors since he had been young. This unintentional accident with Lin Qianhao had almost led to Wang Baoli owing someone something he could never hope to pay back. Now that everything had been resolved, he could finally set his heart at ease. He thought back to what had happened in the Blood Cave. So many people had died. Some might not have been killed, if Wang Baoli had chosen to save them first instead of Lin Qianhao. But there was no right or wrong where such things were concerned. Anyone else would have made their own choices. The Blood Cave encounter had left an indelible mark on Wang Baoli. There had been so much blood and death. On the other hand, if this really had something to do with the dark art, then the dark art could undoubtedly be labeled as a heretic mystic art. The power it had displayed though, in the Blood Cave, was simply too great. There's no such thing as a good or evil mystic art. Good and evil is determined by how the practitioner uses the mystic technique. Wang Baoli decided. He didn't intend to stop his practice of the dark art because of this incident. He knew though, from Little Missy's advice and this incident, that he must never let anyone find out that he was practicing the dark art. When they returned, the giant tree, and Chen Feng and company, immediately had a meeting with the governor. The others were sent to receive medical attention or rest while Wang Baoli was escorted out of the base. He returned back to the academy. He knew clearly that while this matter had a deep impact on the Martian administration, the majority of Martian cultivators were unaware that anything had happened. Life went on as usual. Nothing changed. As the days passed by, the frequency of military cruisers appearing in the Martian skies increased. This was the same for the colony disciplinary order. The Martian array formation was activated and tuned up to the greatest extent. Wang Baoli took note of it all. He understood the secrecy of the matter. His current cultivation and noble status were not sufficient for him to be privy to such matters. Lin Qianhao's return helped resolve some of his doubts. Baoli, I'm really grateful for what you've done. Lin Qianhao was still weak, but he was clearly recovering. He no longer treated Wang Baoli as purely his boss and saw himself as a mere subordinate of Wang Baoli. When he looked at Wang Baoli, there was more warmth and gratitude in his eyes. He had heard that Wang Baoli was the one who had saved him. If he had chosen to save someone else then instead of him, it was likely that he would be lying on the autopsy table now awaiting the military's dissection and study. We're all family. There's no need for thanks. You took my place in the team. Of course, I'll give my all to save you. Wang Baoli said sternly. He patted Lin Qianhao's shoulder. Lin Qianhao was moved by Wang Baoli's words. He took a deep breath. He didn't continue to express further words of gratitude. His father had taught him since he was young that some things were best remembered and kept in the heart. Right, my father told me to tell you that this incident has something to do with the Martian divine armament. Due to certain reasons, he cannot reveal where the divine armament is. The original plans to explore the area had been cancelled. After this incident, the Martian administration has decided to reinitiate the Martian divine armament project. The new project will be different from the previous exploratory project though. The Federation and the various political forces seem to be involved. There's some conflict and tension. He said that you might receive news of this soon. He might be able to help if you need him to. Eh? Wang Baoli froze. He didn't really understand what Lin Qianhao had said. He knew about the Martian divine armament. This shouldn't have anything to do with him, though. Since it had nothing to do with him, why would he need help? Intrigued, Wang Baoli asked a few more questions. Lin Qianhao had no details to share though. He only said that his father had only told him so much and that he was to pass the message on to Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli set the matter aside for further thought. Half a month soon passed. Lin Qianhao returned to office. With him back to handle the school's administrative matters, Wang Baoli had an easier time at work. He spent most of his time cultivating and going through the blueprints for his stronghold. Wang Baoli kept analyzing and perfecting the blueprints. They were near perfect. His research on the construction puppets was also near completion. He spent a great deal of time crafting construction puppets. Following the completion of each puppet, he would inspect them and identify areas for improvement. He would perfect his design, then go back to crafting new puppets. Half a month passed. During the month, Wang Baoli was busy cultivation and crafting, but he noticed the donkey's strange behavior on multiple occasions. It would run out excitedly early in the morning and return home with a pleased look on its face. That made Wang Baoli curious, but he didn't spend too much time thinking about it. After all, no one had come knocking on his door asking for compensation for something the donkey had eaten. The school administration was running smoothly. He stopped thinking about it. He could tell though that the donkey had gone to quite a few places, including Zone 36 where the military base was. Did it go looking for the white donkey for revenge? The thought flashed across Wang Baoli's mind. He didn't think too much about it though. He focused on his cultivation and spent the remaining time crafting puppets. A dozen or so days passed. Wang Baoli had crafted a few dozen puppets. Then, he suddenly received a notice from the colony disciplinary order while in seclusion. The colony disciplinary order had sent someone over to escort Wang Baoli back for a chat. If it had been before his incident with Li Wanner in the cave, Wang Baoli would have been annoyed. After so many months had passed since the incident, Wang Baoli couldn't help the surge of certain emotions when he received this invitation from the colony disciplinary order. Looking for me again? Does Li Wanner miss me or something? Wang Baoli blinked. He coughed and pondered for a while before leaving the academy, following the colony disciplinary order officer back to their headquarters. He didn't see Li Wanner when he arrived. He was brought to a room, and the doors shut behind him. An array formation was activated immediately, and a sudden oppressive force appeared and weighed down on him. Wang Baoli's face darkened. He eyed the shut door coldly. Colony disciplinary order, what do you mean by this? What do we mean? Wang Baoli, you don't know what's going on even though you've committed a crime? As soon as Wang Baoli spoke, Zhuo Yixian's voice rang in the room. On the other end of the room, a small door appeared and opened. Zhuo Yixian appeared with 7 to 8 cultivators behind him. He had his hands behind his back while he sneered. What a pity. He actually came as we told him to. We had called for him like what we were supposed to do. If he had refused to obey or tried to drag his feet, according to the procedures, I could have sent someone to arrest him directly. Everything would be easier then. Zhuo Yixian walked into the room and stared coldly at Wang Baoli. He sighed inwardly. However, he thought of the evidence he had gotten his hands on this time and grew incredibly smug. He thought to himself secretly that he would show Wang Baoli what he was capable of this time. He'd skin him alive and break a few bones. He would stop calling himself Zhuo Yixian if he didn't do that. Wang Baoli frowned when he saw Zhuo Yixian walking in. His eyes grew cold. He sat down, the gears in his head spinning fiercely. Was this about him practicing the dark art? But no one should know about this. Wang Baoli frantically tried to analyze the situation while appearing calm and composed. It was then that Zhuo Yixian spoke again, with a voice of authority and power. His voice rang loudly in the room. Wang Baoli, a few months ago, on the day when the blood-colored mist and winds erupted on Mars, the military had gone looking for you but found you missing. Where were you that night? What did you do? Who did you meet? Wang Baoli, who had been busy thinking about the dark art, froze when he heard that. He raised his head and stared at the condescending-looking Zhuo Yixian. He blinked. A strange look fell across his face. He was no longer beset by uncertainty. He stopped thinking about the dark art. His posture relaxed. The expression on his face shifted though. He said nervously, "I can't tell you." Chapter 340, Zhuo Yixian's Big Case. Chapter 340, Zhuo Yixian's Big Case. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli had a slightly nervous look on his face, and his eyes were shifty. It was as if he was trying to hide something. It was as if someone had found out something incriminating about him and had that information in their grasp. They hadn't yet unveiled the information yet, but once they did, it would be exposed to the public. Zhuo Yixian had known Wang Baoli for quite some time. This was the first time he had seen such an expression on Wang Baoli's face. His eyes flashed, and even his breath quickened. He was secretly excited. His face remained expressionless, however, he was inwardly pleased. It was as if spring had suddenly arrived, and a field of flowers had blossomed in his heart, soothing his spirit. He had long held a deep grudge against Wang Baoli in his heart. The source of their original conflict had been Zhuo Yifan, but they had crossed paths multiple times since. Their tense relationship had evolved past that, it no longer had anything to do with Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yixian simply disliked Wang Baoli, and Wang Baoli felt the same toward Zhuo Yixian as well. If not for his wariness of Wang Baoli's impulsive nature and prowess as a fighter, Zhuo Yixian wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. He would have beaten the man up and crippled him. Who cared about how powerful he was and how powerful the people supporting him were? Zhuo Yixian snorted inwardly. Since he had arrived on Mars and received his posting in the colony disciplinary order, he had been trying to find fault with Wang Baoli. He wasn't going to go on the offensive so easily. When he did, he would make sure it was a killing blow that he delivered. He had only been giving Wang Baoli a taste of what was to come when he had gone to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy to arrest the teacher. He had not seen that as part of his plan of attack. Today though, today was the day when he, Zhuo Yixian, would reveal what he was capable of. A cultivator who only knows how to fight is a mere brute. Since we've joined the system, we should know how to make use of all the resources we have, including our political support. Today shall be the day I, Zhuo Yixian, avenge myself. Zhuo Yixian was overcome with excitement. It had been pure luck that he had managed to get hold of the evidence he had. The blood-colored mist and winds that had appeared a few months ago had not only received special attention from the military. The colony disciplinary order had also received orders to assist with the investigation. The focus of their investigation was to find out whether the phenomenon was man-made. Even though the governor was of the opinion that it was highly improbable that this was a man-made incident, there was still a need to carry out an investigation. Zhuo Yixian's authority in the colony disciplinary order could not equal Li Wan's, but he still held significant power. He had been eager to prove himself and hence had poured a great deal of energy into the case. Li Wan had been busy following up with the incident that had happened to Team 6 and overwhelmed with work. Seeing how Zhuo Yixian had been so hard at work, she had left him full control of the investigation. Having been given full reign of the case, Zhuo Yixian started to investigate furiously. Amidst the investigation, he had discovered something suspicious. When the military had sought Wang Baoli that night, he had been missing. No one knew where he had gone. This would have been a small, insignificant matter if not for the series of coincidences that had happened that day: the arrest at the academy, Wang Baoli's visit to the colony disciplinary order headquarters, the appearance of the blood-colored mist and winds, and the discovery of the bizarre villages. Zhuo Yixian had instinctively felt that something was amiss when studying the series of coincidences. He had felt then that something wasn't right with Wang Baoli's disappearance that night. They had been mere suspicions though. It would have ended there if it had been someone else, but Zhuo Yixian had disliked Wang Baoli all along. He had used his authority to his advantage and put in more energy into the investigation. His search had led him to a shocking discovery. All records of Wang Baoli that night had been wiped clean. This had included his visit to the colony disciplinary order. Zhuo Yixian had been shocked by that discovery. He had pondered over the matter before intensifying the search and had even resorted to using his own family clan's resources on Mars. That hadn't resulted in any new leads, he had found that out of the ordinary. As long as Wang Baoli had been on Mars, based on the resources of the colony disciplinary order and his own family clan, he should have been able to trace where he had been that night. But it was as if a mysterious person had destroyed all records of where Wang Baoli had been and what he had done that night. Zhui Yifan had been overjoyed and excited at that discovery. He had felt that there must be something strange going on. His instincts had told him then that there was something big going on. This was a chance for him to prove himself. He hadn't told anyone about his findings. He had buried himself deep in work and used whatever authority he had to investigate further. The heavens had smiled on him and rewarded his efforts. Finally, he had found a piece of evidence. He had done some reverse engineering to locate that evidence. He had searched through all the files that had been modified or deleted that day. He had gone through each and every one of those countless files and had finally located a video that had been wiped. It had been a video that was related to the heretic cultivator who had posed as a teacher in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. It had been a secret recording taken in the secret chamber outside the city. The secret chamber had been preserved to lure the arrested heretic cultivator's accomplices. That was why the colony disciplinary order had set up video recording equipment secretly. Few would generally check such recordings, what more modify and delete a segment. This discovery had excited Zhui Yixuan greatly. After locking down on the secret chamber, he had subsequently found out that blood-colored mist and winds had appeared in that region that night as well. All the evidence had led Zhui Yixuan to believe that Wang Baoli had done something unspeakable that night. It had something to do with the blood-colored mist and winds. Zhui Yixuan had realized that this was a big case. He had then become more cautious. He had continued his secret investigation. After locating the deleted segment of the video recording, he had contacted a specialist in that area in his family clan to restore the deleted recording to the best of his ability. He had secretly sent the jade slip over to the specialist. The restoration would take some time, but Zhui Yixuan had felt his evidence foolproof. In the heat of the moment, he had not been able to contain his impatience at seeing Wang Baoli's pale face drained of blood. That had been why he had summoned Wang Baoli earlier. He had thought then, that if Wang Baoli had tried to resist out of fear, it would have been perfect. Wang Baoli hadn't done that and instead had gone along without making a fuss. However, now, as Zhui Yixuan watched the expression on Wang Baoli's face and heard what he had said, he was beyond excited and gleeful. He placed his hands behind his back and smirked. Wang Baoli, I heard you were in charge of disciplinary matters while in the ethereal Dao College. Don't you know that we, at the Colony Disciplinary Order, are in charge of finding out precisely the kind of things people wish to hide? There wouldn't be a need for us Colony Disciplinary Order if you're willing to confess everything. Let me tell you, Wang Baoli. What you've committed is a serious crime. Even if you try to keep your lips sealed, I'll still have a way to make you talk. Zhui Yixuan narrowed his eyes when he said that. An icy glimmer flashed across his eyes. Excitement surged inside him. He sneered inwardly, laughing at the state that Wang Baoli had gotten himself into. Wang Baoli stared at Zhui Yixuan. He could sense the latter's excitement. A strange feeling unfurled inside him. From where he was standing, Zhui Yixuan was racing furiously towards his inevitable downfall. After all, the high official's autobiographies had been clear on this point. It was a sin to dig into the private matters of one's superior. It was the worst crime one could commit. I wonder what Li Wanna was thinking. Maybe she was too busy with other matters and didn't realize this was happening. Maybe this is a test? Is a test really necessary? It's highly likely that Zhui Yixuan carried out an independent investigation secretly. Wang Baoli muttered inwardly. He saw how arrogant and confident Zhui Yixuan was, and sighed. Then, he revealed a look of uncertainty on his face. It was as if he was torn. He gritted his teeth and forced blood to surface in the veins in his eyes. He raised his head and said loudly, I'm not saying anything. The more Wang Baoli presented himself this way, the more excited Zhui Yixuan got. It was as if spring had arrived, and his heart burst into song. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. He slammed the table before Wang Baoli suddenly. The table, made from special material, made a loud thud. It was deafening and inspired fear. Zhuo Yixian's voice carried a hint of threat and violence as it rang out loudly in the room. Wang Baoli, the colony disciplinary order has 36 ways of getting our suspects to talk. How many do you think you can withstand? I'll ask you another time. Are you going to talk? Wang Baoli hesitated when he heard about torture. He was deliberating whether he should just say something. It was then that suddenly, the doors to the secret room swung open. 7 to 8 expressionless cultivators in black robes walked in. At the head of the group was Li Wanna. She had a cold expression on her face like she usually did. She walked in, with her well-endowed form and frost in her eyes. As soon as Wang Baoli saw Li Wanna, he lengthened his neck immediately. His neck turned red, and his veins popped out from his forehead. He yelled at the top of his voice, as if in the face of death. Zhuo Yixian, I, Wang Baoli, would rather die than tell you what happened that night. Chapter 341, Zhuo Yixian, do you want to die? Chapter 341, Zhuo Yixian, do you want to die? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Li Wanna heard Wang Baoli's shouting voice when she walked into the room. She had no expression on her face. Zhuo Yixian immediately turned and greeted her when she walked in. Greetings, Minister Li. Zhuo Yixian got even more excited at the sight of his superior. He had been investigating in secret and on his own all along. Once he cracked the big case, part of the glory would inevitably go to Li Wanna, but he would still have the lion's share. He had no intention of keeping this matter under wraps. Before he had gone to interrogate Wang Baoli, he had sent a voice transmission to Li Wanna. He didn't expect her to make a personal appearance. He had only just started asking a few questions. This shows how seriously she treats this case. I'm definitely going to be rewarded for cracking the case. The more Zhuo Yixian thought about it, the more excited he got. He found his reasoning and deductions ironclad. He deliberated on how he should showcase himself before his superior. He turned and leveled an icy stare at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli, it seems like we're going to have to rough you up before you will talk. Wang Baoli lifted his head suddenly when he heard that. He glared at Zhuo Yixian furiously and yelled. I'm one of the Federation's 100 seedlings, the Dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. I'm a secondary rank for Noble. I'm also the founder of the Soaring Cloud student platoon, which the governor personally named. I saved dozens of people in the Blood Cave. Zhuo Yixian, you dare use torture on me? The look on Li Wanna's face darkened as she listened to Wang Baoli's hollering. Frustration simmered inside her. She had been busy with other missions during this period, and her own cultivation had reached a critical stage. That was why she hadn't been spending as much time and attention on the colony disciplinary order, which resulted in the current oversight. She hadn't been able to sit still since she had received Zhuo Yixian's voice transmission. She had rushed over, fury burning inside her. She gave Zhuo Yixian a frosty glare. She had originally approved of the way he had conducted himself and worked. Those feelings were slowly turning into annoyance and irritation. Wang Baoli had been observing Li Wanna. His eyes flashed. He decided to dial it up and shouted again. Zhuo Yixian, don't bother trying to get anything out of me. I won't say anything, no matter what you do. Even if I'm to lose an organ or body part, you won't be able to make me talk. Zhuo Yixian was furious. It wasn't just the difficulty of prying anything out of Wang Baoli, it was how Wang Baoli dared to yell at him in the presence of his superior. Li Wanna looked really unhappy and seemed displeased with him. This made Zhuo Yixian angrier. He had planned to showcase himself in front of her. He slammed the table in front of Wang Baoli again. The loud thud resounded in the room. His voice was colored with the threat of violence and brutality as he spoke. Wang Baoli, I don't care if you're one of the 100 seedlings or a secondary rank for Noble. You're nothing before the colony disciplinary order. You're going to talk, whether you want to or not. I'll have you know, there hasn't been a mouth that I haven't pried open and gotten to speak since I, Zhuo Yixian, was posted to the colony disciplinary order. You don't have to try and hide. I'm not trying to trick you. You weren't in Martian City on the night of the blood-colored mist and winds. I have undeniable proof of that. I also know exactly where you were that night, and I will find out who you met and what you did that night. The force behind Zhuo Yixian's words grew as he spoke, asserting pressure on Wang Baoli. I won't tell you what I did. Wang Baoli heard what Zhuo Yixian said and saw the increasing unhappiness on Li Wanna's face. He tried to appear nervous, as if his heart was racing. He snorted then stopped talking. Zhuo Yixian also sensed Li Wanna's sour mood. He clearly misunderstood the reason for it though, he thought she was displeased at how he had failed to make Wang Baoli talk. He started to panic. He knew that torture was just an empty threat. Unless he had concrete proof and the necessary approval, he wouldn't be able to go ahead with torture. Wang Baoli remained stubborn, and Li Wanna was clearly in a bad mood. Zhuo Yixian gritted his teeth. He knew the solution was to weaken Wang Baoli's resolve and spirit. He slammed the table again. Wang Baoli, you can continue to be stubborn. But let me tell you, I've already sent out 10 teams, a total of 300 people, to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy before I walked into this room. They will be searching through your room and the entire school. I don't believe you can completely hide what you did that night. I've also found out that you have an accomplice. Your partner was the one who helped you erase all your records of that night. Wang Baoli, your partner has some skill, but no matter how skilled he or she is, there is no such thing as a complete wipe. You and your partner must have something to do with the appearance of the blood-colored mist and winds, and the appearance of the strange villages. Zhuo Yixian sneered. He noticed the flicker of emotion across Wang Baoli's face. The latter seemed nervous. Zhuo Yixian's eyes flashed, and he turned towards Li Wanna nervously. It might seem like his words were directed at Wang Baoli, but they were actually meant for Li Wanna. He wanted to prove his competency in front of her. He wanted her to know how hard he had worked. He snuck a glance at Li Wanna. Her face seemed to have darkened a shade, stiff with anger. It was as if she was brimming with fury and was on the verge of eruption. Zhuo Yixian shuddered inwardly. He wondered if she was thinking how incompetent he was for having nothing to show for it after dispatching so many people out on the search. Panic flooded Zhuo Yixian. He had the perfect case before him. He wasn't going to ruin it. He decided that he needed to pump in a bit more work and continue to break Wang Baoli's spirit. It was then that suddenly, his voice transmission ring vibrated. Zhuo Yixian glanced at it and was instantly overcome with joy. He turned it on immediately, and an old, aged voice rang out. Young master, the task you have requested has been completed. The erased video segment has been sent to you. Li Wanna's eyes widened when the voice rang out. Wang Baoli froze in shock as well. Zhuo Yixian lifted his face towards the ceiling and broke out into mad laughter. He was beyond joy and couldn't control his excitement and glee. He immediately played the restored video clip that had been sent over to everyone in the room. His voice transmission ring instantly projected a screen in the room. An image formed. It was of the heretic cultivator's cave outside the city. Wang Baoli's big face appeared in the image. He seemed to be studying the surroundings curiously. Everyone's pupils contracted when they saw that scene. Their cultivation started churning. They immediately locked onto Wang Baoli, who was sitting, confused, in the room. They stared at him as if he was their greatest foe. Their sudden hostility was clearly because of Wang Baoli's appearance in the video. Wang Baoli, you think no one knows where you were that night? You were in the heretic cultivator's secret room outside the city. Your partner somehow erased the recording, but I've spared no effort and even employed my family clan's resources to restore the recording. Take a look at that. Isn't that you? Wang Baoli, you appeared in a secret room you should have no knowledge of. You were there when the blood-colored mist and winds appeared. It's too late now for you to say anything. I have no doubt that you are a heretic cultivator. You took part in the conspiracy that led to the blood-colored mist and winds. Your partner will definitely appear in the video as well. See, there's your partner. Let's take a look and find out who that is, Zhuo Yixian said excitedly. He burst out in maniacal laughter again. A myriad of expressions flashed across Wang Baoli's stunned face. Li Wanna's eyes burned. They looked like they were about to shoot lasers out of them. It was then that a female silhouette with a curvaceous form appeared beside Wang Baoli on the screen. Before it could fully come into the screen, with only a partial form revealed, Li Wanna's rage finally reached its climax and exploded. She hadn't taken action earlier because she wanted to know how much Shui Xian knew. Now, she knew that Shui Xian had even gone to the extent of restoring the recording. She could hold it in no longer. She dashed before Shui Xian. With a sweep of her finger, a deafening thunder exploded. The projection alongside Shui Xian's voice transmission ring disintegrated instantly. As they turned to dust, she turned towards a dazed Shui Xian and leveled a glacier-like, murderous glare on him. Enough. Release him immediately. This case ends now. And one more thing. Shui Xian, do you want to die? Li Wanna had forced the last few words out one by one through her clenched teeth. Every word sent the temperature in the room spiraling downwards. There was an oppressive tension in the room that intensified. When she was finally done speaking, everyone in the room, except Wang Baoli, was sweating profusely. Their hearts were racing a mile a second. They seemed to have connected the well-curved form in the video with Li Wanna's outburst. The realization was an unpermitted taboo thought. They felt as if they were being pulled under by a ferocious tsunami. The expressions on their faces changed suddenly. They turned towards Wang Baoli and stared at him in horror. It was as if they were looking at a demon. Their minds started buzzing, and a white blank descended in their heads. Chapter 342, New Mars Region. Chapter 342, New Mars Region. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It was as if a hurricane had swept through the room. Everyone's breathing stilled in terror. Li Wanna, who had destroyed both Shui Xian's voice transmission ring and the video recording, gave Shui Xian a frosty glare. She turned and left with no expression on her face. The tension in the room didn't go away with her departure. In fact, after she had left, everyone gradually recovered from their earlier fright, and as they recollected what they had seen, their hearts started racing again. Wang Baoli watched as dead silence descended over the group. Shui Xian still seemed to be in a daze. He had a lost look in his eyes. Wang Baoli coughed awkwardly. He rose to his feet and patted Shui Xian on his shoulder. Xian, I told you. This matter shouldn't be spoken of, but you had to ask. Why? You've made a grievous mistake. Wang Baoli sighed and shook his head. He was secretly pleased though. He placed his hands behind his back and strolled out of the room with everyone else staring at him like he was a god. A few even rushed to see him off. They only managed to barely come to their senses. If the young woman in the video was not Department Head Li, her destroying the video still proved his innocence. Not just that, it also proved the strength of Wang Baoli's political backing. After all, the murkiness of the entire political situation must have reached a certain level for the fair and just Li Wanna to do what she had done. However, if the woman in the video was indeed Li Wanna, then the relationship between the two must not be an ordinary one, seeing how they had spent the night alone in the cave. Either way, it was worth the effort to befriend Wang Baoli and repair the damage that had been caused. As they gave Wang Baoli a warm and cordial send-off, the rest fled the room hastily. Before they escaped, though, they all looked at Shui Xian. They all knew. It was highly likely that this was going to be the end of Shui Xian. Li Wanna had clenched her teeth and forced those last words out. The promise of violence in her voice still sent them shivering as they thought back to it. Shui Xian stood alone in the room as everyone left. The confusion in his eyes slowly turned to horror and panic. Beads of sweat started dripping profusely from his forehead. He was soon drenched in his own cold sweat. The others might not have caught a clear look because of where they stood, but he had been standing right in front of the screen. He had seen most clearly what the others had not. The video might have been destroyed by Li Wanna, but as Shui Xian started to recall what he had seen, his face grew paler by the second. He couldn't lie to himself. He had caught a glance at the woman's face in the recording. She was Li Wanna. The worst was what he knew what the others didn't. He knew that Wang Baoli had gone missing for the entire night. He had only appeared back in the city in the afternoon the next day. An entire night. Shui Xian shuddered at that thought. His face was drained of blood. He couldn't control the numerous images that flooded his mind. It had been a dark night then. His superior and Wang Baoli had spent an entire night together in one room. Li Wanna's outburst was the key. That had been rage fueled by embarrassment. It was clear that there was some unspeakable secret between the two of them. Zhuo Yixian shuddered even more violently at that thought. He was weeping inside. He knew he had done the unforgivable. He had looked into his superior's private affairs. He had looked into her personal, romantic life. There was a loud buzzing in Zhuo Yixian's head. He felt dizzy. He couldn't forget what Li Wanna had said to him and the look in her eyes before she had left. It terrified Zhuo Yixian. He understood Li Wanna's character. He knew how vicious she could be. She was cold-blooded and merciless, and backed by a powerful family. She was a strong and powerful fighter herself. She was ill-tempered, and there were many rumors surrounding her. Her father was the leader of the Senate. He was a secondary rank 1 noble. It might seem as if he was the equal of the Martian colony governor, but his authority and power was something even the governor didn't possess. He was, after all, the leader of the Senate. The 5-generation Sky clan was powerful as well, but it was an entity formed from various family clans, and it had suffered losses during the lunar incident. The Zhuo family clan was one of the 5 most powerful clans in the 5-generation Sky clan, but it wasn't the only one. Zhuo Yixian was only the eldest son of the Zhuo family clan. He couldn't compare with Li Wanna. They were worlds apart. Furthermore, Li Wanna was his superior on Mars. This fact alone nearly drove Zhuo Yixian to tears. He thought about how he had arrived at Mars, his initial fears, and how he had towed the line. At the same time, he had great ambitions and had wanted to make a name for himself. Now, he had only despair. He had no energy left to concern himself with Wang Baoli. He left the room hastily and got a voice transmission ring off someone. He immediately sent a transmission to his father. Zhuo Yixian's father was the master of the Zhuo family. He was an important figure in the Federation. Despite his status, his heart nearly stopped when he heard Zhuo Yixian recount to him everything that had happened. He asked his son hastily, "Yixian, does Li Wanna know that you used your family resources for this matter? It's still not so bad if she doesn't know. After all, this is your..." "She knows." Zhuo Yixian had a distressed look on his face. He had no choice but to tell his father. She's not the only one. Many in the family clan probably already know. The original video recording is still with the clan. Zhuo Yixian's father got into a rage when he heard that. If this matter had stayed contained between the young ones, there was still hope of resolving it. It would only be a misunderstanding between children. But now that the family clan had gotten involved, it was no longer as simple. "How did she know you made use of your family clan resources?" Furious, Zhuo Yixian's father thundered. "I told her myself," Zhuo Yixian grimaced. He knew he shouldn't be hiding anything at this point. He gritted his teeth and admitted the truth. When Zhuo Yixian's father heard his son's reply, he fell silent. After a long moment, he sighed. He sounded like he had aged considerably. "I'll handle this matter. Yixian, stop giving me so much trouble. Your father is old. I can't handle this much stress." Her father, Li Qidao, is famous for being difficult. Can't you tell just by looking at his daughter? Wang Baoli was obviously unaware of the exchange between Zhuo Yixian and his father. He had just returned to the academy in high spirits. He had no time to think about what was going to happen to Zhuo Yixian. He happily continued practicing with his Dark Fire and the Lightning Dao, first volume. He also didn't forget to spend time crafting and perfecting his construction puppets. Wang Baoli continued to craft construction puppet after construction puppet. Life slowly returned to normal. The donkey continued to leave the residence early in the day and return late at night. It always left excitedly and returned with a satisfied look on its face. Wang Baoli couldn't help his strange curiosity the few times he saw that. He had been considering following the donkey and finding out what it was up to. Then, Jin Duoming came visiting and that put that idea on a temporary hold. Jin Duoming hadn't brought along his gigantic stronghold. He had only a few dozen guards and an equal number of female servants in his procession. Jin Duoming was about to speak when he saw Wang Baoli, but Wang Baoli cut him off with an excited question. "Brother Jin, have you come to buy the donkey?" Jin Duoming had wanted to start with a casual greeting before diving into serious business. However, once he heard Wang Baoli's question, alarm flashed across his face. He got even more alarmed when Wang Baoli seemed prepared to promote and market his donkey in great detail. He raised his hand and interrupted Wang Baoli. Then, he coughed and decided to save the chat for later. He started speaking hurriedly about why he was there. Baoli, have you heard about the new Mars Divine Armament region? Jin Duoming asked. His eyes narrowed. Even his voice seemed lower than usual. A new Divine Armament region? Wang Baoli froze. That's right. The original Divine Armament exploration project has been put on hold, but I heard it was being brought up again after the blood-colored mist appeared. The exploration will be challenging though, that's why they need a series of foundational preparations to be done. The energy and resources required for the project in the future would definitely be significant. That's why the governor has proposed building a new city zone. Build a new city zone around the area where the Divine Armament lies and be in charge of the exploration for the Divine Armament. The new city zone will not be considered as part of the current Martian colony city. It will be viewed as an external administrative zone. The person who becomes the head of the zone, the mayor, will be holding a primary rank for noble. This is a rare opportunity. The competition will be fierce, but I can help you fight for your candidacy. It's just that. Jin Duoming paused and gave Wang Baoli a deep, meaningful look. He believed that after saying so much, based on his understanding of Wang Baoli's character, the latter should realize what he was trying to say. And that was indeed the case. Once Wang Baoli heard what Jin Duoming had said, his heartbeat quickened. He lifted his head and looked at Jin Duoming. The memory of what Lin Qianhao had said, the message his father Lin Yu had wanted him to pass on to Wang Baoli, surfaced in Wang Baoli's mind. So that's what he meant. Chapter 343, A Honey Trap. Chapter 343, A Honey Trap? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Brother Jin, please, speak your mind. Wang Baoli pondered for a moment before turning his eyes towards Jin Duoming. He knew clearly in his heart. It wasn't like he was Jin Duoming's father or anything. The guy didn't owe him anything. Besides, the high official's autobiographies also emphasized one thing. He had spent a great deal of time thinking it over and had been rewarded for it. The one thing they always mentioned was, the thing that often cost you the most in this world, was the thing that came free. It was clear that while Jin Duoming had come and offered his help to Wang Baoli, it wasn't without a price to pay. In fact, Wang Baoli would find it odd if Jin Duoming had nothing he wanted in return. First of all, I will do my best to fight for your candidacy, but this concerns the various political powers on Mars. Your competitors will come from all the various political forces. I cannot guarantee a 100% chance of success. If I fail, then, well, that'll be the end of this matter. But if I succeed, I want you to promise me one thing, Brother Baoli. What promise? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes and glanced at Jin Duoming. When the time comes, without breaking any Federation laws and regulations, show your favor towards us, the Trilunaris Corporation. Jin Duoming looked straight into Wang Baoli's eyes and smiled faintly. Wang Baoli pondered for a moment. Then, he said, you have complete confidence in getting me selected as a candidate. Jin Duoming hesitated. Even he didn't possess that kind of confidence. After some thought, he shook his head. There are too many variables. I only have a 50% chance of succeeding. If that's the case, then let's add another condition to the agreement. It has to be something that doesn't go against my own principles. Since you only have a 50% chance of success, I'm going to have to look for someone else to help me with the remaining 50%. Wang Baoli sensed a trap in the other's words. That was why he set a trap himself. It didn't matter if it wasn't ever going to be used, what mattered was that it was there. Jin Duoming deliberated over Wang Baoli's words and nodded. They stared at each other, then laughed. After, Jin Duoming didn't prolong his stay. He was worried that Wang Baoli would bring up his donkey again, so he said a few words and then bade his farewell, leaving in a hurry. He left in quite a hurry. Wang Baoli shook his head with slight regret. He had wanted to speak more about the donkey, but Jin Duoming left in a hurry before he could. He sighed and shook his head before he returned to his office and immediately called for Lin Qianhao. He got Lin Qianhao to speak to his father about the message he had left him. He needed his help on that. Lin Qianhao didn't know the details, but he knew that this must be something important for his father to speak of it so seriously. He immediately sent a voice transmission to his father. Lin Yu got Lin Qianhao to inform Wang Baoli that he would do his best to help Wang Baoli, but he said the same thing that Jin Duoming did. This was a big deal, and he didn't have a 100% chance of succeeding either. Wang Baoli thought it was enough though. He had both Jin Duoming and Lin Yu helping him, after all. It might not mean that he was guaranteed success, but there weren't many things in life that were guaranteed. He set the matter aside and looked forward to seeing how it would turn out. In the meantime, Wang Baoli's life returned to normal. He continued cultivation and crafting more and more construction puppets. The donkey continued to leave early in the day and return late at night, and the frequency of such occurrences increased. Wang Baoli had been observing it for a while and finally couldn't contain his curiosity. One morning a few days later, he noticed how the donkey was more animated than usual. It seemed really excited. He watched the donkey race out early that morning. It rolled around in the school's pool as if it was taking a bath. That surprised Wang Baoli. Something must be going on. Wang Baoli recalled the donkey's behavior during the past weeks. Initially, there had been slight changes to its behavior, and the changes had grown more and more obvious. It was acting completely out of the ordinary today. It was as if it had been planning for something for a long time, and today was the day it was finally going to execute its grand plan. Wang Baoli blinked. The look on his face grew serious as he left the school hastily and followed the donkey secretly. The donkey had reached the 4th level of the True Breath realm. Its cultivation had improved vastly, and it wasn't far from the 5th level of the True Breath realm. Its speed had also increased significantly. It didn't take the common, wide roads but instead chose to sprint through the small alleys. It was like a black lightning bolt snaking through alleys and the occasional underground canals. This shocked Wang Baoli. He realized he had been neglecting the donkey. He didn't know the creature had become so familiar with the city. If he didn't have the ability to sense the donkey's location, and he had been someone else instead, he would have had to spend a lot of trouble and effort to keep up with the donkey. An error in judgment might result in him losing its trail. This ass is definitely up to no good. Wang Baoli's curiosity grew. He relied on his speed and innate senses and followed the donkey secretly. The donkey didn't seem aware of Wang Baoli's stalking as it snaked out from the underground canal and reappeared in Zone 27. It seemed familiar with the area and raced towards the beast station located in the zone. There was a beast station located in Zone 27. It had been set up by the Martian government to train beasts. The beast station provided trained beasts to the military as well as for sale to the public. It was like the beast taming pavilion in the ethereal Dao College, except it also bred beasts instead of just cultivation and taming them. The donkey drew nearer to the beast station and snaked into the underground canal again. Wang Baoli stopped where he was. His senses told him that the donkey had snuck inside the beast station. This gave him another shock. He had no idea how the donkey had found out about this place. What's it doing here? Wang Baoli was shocked and intrigued. He sensed the donkey leave the canal and appear inside the beast station, and then it snuck back into the canal after a while. Wang Baoli hid and eyed the entrance of the canal the donkey would be reappearing from. His eyes widened in shock when the donkey appeared. The donkey was not alone. It had in its mouth a white lion beast that was much bigger than it was. The beast was a beautiful creature, with white fur and eyes like gems. It looked majestic. Upon a closer look, one would be able to tell that it was a male lion. It was obvious that it was a fine male specimen amongst its own species. It would have reigned supreme in the pride. Its cultivation was also at the 4th level of the True Breath realm. Despite that, this fine beast was cowering before the donkey. Its eyes shone with fear, and it shuddered violently. It seemed like it was about to whine and cry for mercy, but the donkey snorted a few times fiercely, and the lion instantly lost all fight in it. There was despair in its eyes. What's it trying to do? Wang Baoli went from shock and straight into a daze. He stared, stunned, at the limp lion that had stopped struggling and at his donkey. The latter picked the lion up with its teeth and dashed out of the underground canal. Then, with another startling burst of speed, it raced into another canal and sped away. This time, it was headed towards Zone 36, where the military base was. Wang Baoli tried to recover from his shock. He followed them all the way to Zone 36. He saw his donkey appear in a corner outside the military base while carrying the lion. Its timing was impeccable. It seemed to know the timing of the shift duties very clearly. The timing it had chosen to appear was when the base seemed most empty of people. It had also made a deliberate choice of where to appear. It had appeared at a small back gate which wasn't normally used. The donkey seemed to grow more cautious as it neared the gate. It flung the lion at the entrance and growled at it in a threatening manner. The lion trembled and growled back. It seemed to be stating its refusal. The donkey grinned and opened its mouth wide, sinking its teeth into the curb beside them. With a loud crunch, it bit off a huge chunk of the curb. Then, it turned and stared at the lion. The lion shuddered, and terror colored its eyes. It lowered its head in submission. Wang Baoli watched incredulously as the pleased donkey sped away. It hid in the bushes nearby. As it folded its legs and sprawled on the ground, the fur on its body shifted colors. It transformed and blended perfectly into its surroundings. Wang Baoli's eyes widened when he saw that. The donkey's presence vanished in the same instant. It had concealed itself perfectly. Wang Baoli was once again shocked by the discovery. He realized that the donkey was somehow changed after it had eaten the grey mosquito. He didn't have time to ponder further though. The lonesome lion started howling outside the back gate of the military base, its voice filled with anguish. Its howling wasn't loud. It was as if it were summoning something. The faint howling continued for a while. Before long, the back gate, which was hardly unlocked, creaked open a crack. A white donkey stretched its head out. It seemed to recognize the lion, and there was a strange light in its eyes. What's that all about? A honey trap? Wang Baoli's eyes almost popped out of his head. He muttered in confusion. Chapter 344, A Fight at One's Doorsteps. Chapter 344, A Fight at One's Doorsteps. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli was lost and trying to figure out what was going on. The white donkey stood behind the gate, its head peering out. It had a strange look in its eyes. It seemed hesitant, then fearful. It quickly scanned its surroundings, seeming torn over whether it should venture out through the gate. This surprised Wang Baoli. The lion started howling quietly again and seemed to be beckoning the white donkey. The lion swayed slightly as it howled, its fur glowing gold under the sunlight. It looked beautiful. One could hardly take his eyes off it. The odd light in the white donkey's eyes brightened. It seemed to have made up its mind. It trotted out and very slowly left the array formation protecting the military base. The white donkey stepped out of the array formation and came to the lion's side. It started nuzzling the lion. Wang Baoli stared with his eyes wide open and a dropped jaw as the hidden black donkey dashed out, like a blur of black lightning, so quick that it left an afterimage in its wake, and charged at the white donkey. It was quick and had appeared unexpectedly. The white donkey was equally quick. It widened its eyes at that critical moment and retreated hastily, but it was too late by then. The lion opened its mouth wide and, with a sorrowful look, bit the white donkey. The white donkey looked shocked. It paused and was about to cry for help when the black donkey arrived and, in an instant, sent its hooves kicking. There was a loud thud as he kicked the white donkey's head fiercely. The force of the kick was boosted by its burst of speed. The white donkey passed out almost immediately. It felt stars spinning around its head and barely had time to scream before it passed out. It fell to the ground with a thud. Wang Baoli watched, stunned, as the overly excited black donkey approached and sank its teeth into the white donkey's ear. It started to run as it dragged the white donkey away. It didn't forget to turn around and level a glare at the lion. The expression on the lion's face turned from anguish into awe instantly. It seemed to realize it had been given permission to leave. It trembled and then raced off with its tail between its legs. The black donkey ignored the lion. Its eyes shone with excitement. With the unconscious white donkey in its mouth, it fled away hastily. It was gone in an instant. It seemed to be extremely excited and kept snorting happily as it ran. A shocked Wang Baoli witnessed the entire scene. This was the first time he had been so shocked by a donkey. The black donkey had seemed like such a stupid creature. Who would have thought it would know how to set a honey trap? The lion had looked so meek and oppressed, like it had been the frequent target of the black donkey's bullying. It seemed like it couldn't disobey the donkey's commands and had been coerced into seducing the white donkey. From the white donkey's earlier reaction, Wang Baoli could vaguely sense that the black donkey had spent some time and done its research. He had a crazy thought. Could it be that the white donkey and the lion had been a couple previously? Wang Baoli thought. His eyes widened. Setting aside the question of how the two might get together, if this was indeed true and his guess was correct, the black donkey would have had done something really horrible. This is like kidnapping someone's boyfriend, then getting the boyfriend to trick her out into the open, and then hitting her on the head and dragging her off. Wang Baoli smacked his forehead. He immediately extended his senses and tried to find out where the black donkey was headed. He soon sighed. He had a taste of the donkey's ability to hide its presence. At present, its presence had completely vanished without a trace. It would take a lot of effort to try to locate it again. Whatever. Wang Baoli smiled wryly as he shook his head. He thought he might be overthinking things. He left hurriedly and returned to the academy, but he couldn't help thinking about this entire incident. The donkey was absent the entire day. Wang Baoli was finally able to stop thinking about it late that night. He had sunk into silent meditation when suddenly, his eyes opened, and he stared at the door. The donkey was prancing merrily in the distance. It raced back and entered the residence with a satisfied look in its eyes. The excitement radiating off it was that of finally having gotten what it had wanted. This was different from what it had displayed in the past few weeks. It was as if the prior excitement had arisen out of anticipation. Today, however, it had reached a milestone in the donkey's life. It couldn't contain its smug look when it saw Wang Baoli. It started braying. Wang Baoli's head started throbbing. He stood up abruptly with a stern look on his face. Then, he grabbed the excited donkey's ear swiftly before it could even react. "What have you been up to all day? Come on, spill it out!" Wang Baoli thundered. His stern expression seemed to threaten violence. The donkey froze. There was shock in its innocent eyes as it stared in confusion at Wang Baoli. It didn't seem to understand why Wang Baoli was scolding it again today. "Don't try to look innocent in front of me. You think I don't know what you're up to? Continue the bluff, and I'll make sure you can't open your mouth for a whole month." Wang Baoli glared. The donkey shuddered when it heard that. It withdrew the look of confusion and innocence hastily and tried to appease Wang Baoli by nuzzling him. This was while Wang Baoli was still gripping its ear tightly. Wang Baoli was about to say something when he noticed something on the donkey. Its close proximity resulted in his notice of the white fur on its body. There was quite a lot of white fur. At a closer look, he could see white fur everywhere on the black donkey. Wang Baoli sighed. He realized there was no need for further questions. It was clear that whatever had happened between the two donkeys had been extremely physical. Wang Baoli released the donkey, and exasperation rose inside him. He didn't understand how someone as amazing as he was could be stuck rearing such a perverted and filthy-minded donkey. "Just be more careful and make sure you don't get found out. You sick little donkey. How did I manage to get stuck taking care of you? My greatest regret is hatching you. Look at other families' donkeys. They are all born. You came from an egg, you shouldn't be called Scram, you should be called Asshat." Wang Baoli sighed in exasperation and shrugged. The donkey had rendered him completely speechless. The donkey watched as Wang Baoli released him. It seemed to vaguely understand what Wang Baoli was saying, but it didn't seem to care. It gave Wang Baoli a pleased look and returned to a corner of the room. It sprawled onto the floor and narrowed its eyes, reliving the day in its mind. Once in a while, it would grin and bob its head. It seemed like it wanted to bray loudly but didn't dare to. It only called out a few times in a soft voice. Wang Baoli sighed again as he stared at the donkey. He decided to ignore it completely and went back to his meditation. Days passed. The donkey continued to rise early and return late, but Wang Baoli couldn't be bothered with it anymore. Besides cultivation, he also started asking around about the new Mars region. 5 days later, one afternoon, Wang Baoli had just ended his meditation. He was in the office speaking to Jin Duoji. He had decided to get Jin Duoji to find out more about the new Mars region, as the youth saw him as his idol, and anything he said would be treated as gospel. Duoji, you are the student I have placed the greatest hopes on, the one I care most about. I expect great things from you. I have a mission for you now, Wang Baoli coughed. Jin Duoji was staring at him and overwhelmed with excitement. His eyes shone brightly. Wang Baoli was pleased, and he prepared to go on with what he had to say. It was then that the familiar piercing shrieks of a donkey rang out from the school field. They were louder than usual. The donkey's cries resounded in the air. In the distance, a furious roar boomed like thunder. Wang Baoli, you've gone too far. The cries of the donkey and furious roars resounded throughout the entire campus. Wang Baoli froze, then walked out hastily. His eyes widened as he looked out. The black donkey was racing frantically across the field towards his office. Behind him was a furious Kong Dao. He was livid. Held under his arm was a limp white donkey. It looked weak and feeble, like it was on its last breath. Kong Dao came charging like a madman. Chapter 345, An Ass for a Teammate. Chapter 345, An Ass for a Teammate. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The donkey was naturally fast. It was faster on its feet when it was panicking and afraid. Kong Dao wasn't to be trifled with when he was furious though. His eyes bright with rage and murder, and he charged at the donkey and looked like he was about to catch up to it. The donkey let loose a tragic scream. Fear shone in its eyes. Everything was taking place too quickly, leaving Wang Baoli no time to think. He saw Kong Dao leaping into the air, his hands forming hand seals and a sea of fire erupting from his hands. Surrounding the sea of fire was a chill that formed ice. It wasn't a cold fire. Kong Dao's mystic technique allowed him to wield both the elements of ice and fire at the same time. They didn't clash with one another and instead augmented each other's power. With a thundering roar, ice and fire enveloped the entire area. From afar, it looked as if a phoenix formed from flames and a dragon formed from ice had risen to the heavens. The teachers and students in the academy were all shocked to their core at the sight. Wang Baoli knew the donkey had met its match. He immediately dashed out from the office building, racing through the sky and appearing next to the donkey in the next moment. He kicked the donkey aside, then turned. His right hand formed rapid hand seals. With a sudden wave at the approaching fire phoenix and ice dragon, bolts of lightning instantly exploded in the air. Wang Baoli stood in the center of the sea of lightning surging outward and transforming 30-odd meters around them into a pool of lightning. Within the pool of lightning, lightning bolts sprung from the ground and dashed up towards the skies, clashing with the descending fire phoenix. There was a deafening explosion that resounded in the air. Wang Baoli continued to form hand seals and summoned his heated burst. A sea of fire immediately blanketed the field. Kong Dao's mystic technique fused ice and fire, but Wang Baoli's was different, he was the fusion of fire and lightning. Both elements came together and created an earth-shattering explosion that collided with the ice dragon. Wang Baoli and Kong Dao were standing a distance away when the force of their mystic techniques collided. The resultant explosion surged outwards and alarmed the surrounding spectators. Their breathing all quickened as they witnessed the fight. Wang Baoli turned his head abruptly, and a murderous aura erupted from his person. He stared at the rapidly approaching Kong Dao and the equally murderous aura surrounding his person. Kong Dao, you should check out who the master is before you give the pet a beating. Were you really going to kill my war beast in front of me? Wang Baoli said with steel in his voice. He could tell that Kong Dao was also in the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He knew that Kong Dao was different from the other 100 seedlings. He had been born in the Sea of Beasts and had survived in the Martian wilderness on his own when he had been at the True Breath realm. Violence was in his blood. Kong Dao was clearly skilled in hunting and killing beasts, and in surviving in the wild. He had been the one who had discovered the location of the Martian divine armament. It was clear how exceptional an individual he was. He had an equally extraordinary family background. He was the godson fostered by the Federation President Duan Muke and was the star military officer in the Martian military. Even Zhuo Yixian couldn't compete with him. Only a person like Li Wanna could possibly stand on equal ground with Kong Dao. Wang Baoli knew all that. Even though he disliked Kong Dao, they never had any major conflicts. There was that minor dispute when they had been in the cultivation camp for the 100 seedlings, but Wang Baoli thought that a small matter. Kong Dao clearly thought otherwise. His attitude towards Wang Baoli had been hostile since then. Wang Baoli, on the other hand, was the sort of annoying character who would make use of any opportunity to piss off the people who found him annoying in the first place. The resultant series of encounters led to the current hostility between both of them. It would have been fine if there hadn't been something to spark off another round of conflict. Unfortunately, their donkeys ended up in a similar tense situation. At present, Kong Dao was furious. His eyes were cold with rage. He set his white donkey down and charged at Wang Baoli. They had bullied his war beast, and he couldn't just take that lying down. As he approached, he flung his fist out and attacked with the supernova. There was a sudden explosion as a tornado erupted before Wang Baoli. His fist flew towards Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli raised his eyebrow, snorted, and stepped forward with an identical supernova. The fists of the two young men collided, and a loud explosion thundered in the air. Kong Dao's pupils contracted as he stumbled back a few steps. He could feel a strong backlash spreading from his fist throughout his entire body. He was taken aback momentarily. He's grown stronger. Kong Dao's breathing grew uneven. He knew what had happened to Wang Baoli on the moon. Even so, he had thought himself as powerful as Wang Baoli then. At present, his eyes grew red. He growled and, as if transformed into a beast, charged towards Wang Baoli again. His right hand raised in the air. With a sudden wave, it transformed into black claws. The claws looked lethal. It was difficult to tell what they were made of. The murderous aura exuding from Kong Dao grew stronger when they appeared. His spirit energy roared and rose to the skies, and a black leopard appeared behind him. The powerful presence of a dharmic armament could be sensed from the claws. The claws were a dharmic armament. Wang Baoli wasn't surprised at all that Kong Dao had a dharmic armament. Dharmic armaments were rare and precious, but they weren't unobtainable for people like Kong Dao and Li Wanna. Power exploded from Kong Dao with the reveal of his dharmic armament. He seemed to have merged with the black leopard behind him. With a sudden burst of speed, they charged at Wang Baoli. Kong Dao sent his claws slashing at Wang Baoli's neck. "You think you're the only one with a dharmic armament?" Wang Baoli snorted. His dharmic armament saber appeared instantly. With a low growl, he collided with Kong Dao. Explosions kept resounding the air. The backlash from their blows surged outwards and sent the ground quaking. Everyone in the academy was shaken to their core. Everyone held their breaths as Wang Baoli and Kong Dao exchanged more than a dozen blows. Kong Dao was a powerful warrior. He had a dharmic armament and had displayed a sudden explosive power at first. However, his stamina, physical resilience, and strength couldn't compare to Wang Baoli's, which was bolstered by his Green Lotus Foundation establishment core. After a dozen or so blows, Wang Baoli remained strong while Kong Dao was seeing a slide in his strength and stamina. Wang Baoli tirelessly wielded his saber and continued to attack relentlessly. Kong Dao's breathing grew more and more uneven under the barrage of blows. His eyes shone with incredulity. He was unwilling to give up, but he could only retreat steadily under the relentless attack. Damn it, how did this freak get his physical body to be so strong? Kong Dao hollered inwardly. He watched as Wang Baoli unleashed the full power of his dharmic armament repeatedly and was steadily overcome by an indescribable feeling. Even though Foundation Establishment realm cultivators had the ability to unleash the full power of dharmic armaments, they could generally only keep it up for a dozen attacks or so. They weren't core formation realm cultivators, who could unleash the power of dharmic armaments infinitely without rest. There was a backlash from wielding a dharmic armament. It was a strain on the physical body. Kong Dao himself had confidence in his own physical resilience, but even he could only wield the dharmic armament for a dozen or so attacks. Wang Baoli had sent almost 100 blows at him, but his pace wasn't slowing down a bit. Instead, he seemed to grow stronger with each attack. Kong Dao had his ultimate attack though. He fell back, and his breath stilled suddenly. There was hesitation in his eyes as he deliberated over whether he should unleash his ultimate attack. It was then that he sensed something amiss. He turned his head abruptly and started looking all around. His white donkey had gone missing. Wang Baoli realized something was wrong as well. He continued wielding his saber as his eyes scanned the area. Both of their gazes soon landed a distance away at the school gates. The black donkey had the white donkey by the neck and was happily racing away. While the two had been in fierce battle, the black donkey had snuck up and knocked the white donkey out again. It had then dragged the white donkey away. Kong Dao almost went mad when he saw that. He howled and ignored Wang Baoli, turning and racing towards the black donkey. Wang Baoli had a strange look on his face, one intermingled with a sense of exasperation. "I'm here cleaning up after the trouble you've made while you seem to be enjoying yourself. This is just, what an ass." Wang Baoli simmered in frustration. He sighed as he watched Kong Dao chase after the donkeys and had half a mind to watch them go, but in the end, he stomped his feet and went after them. The black donkey seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter, and with great reluctance, it dropped the white donkey and wormed into an underground canal, making its escape. Kong Dao was no longer in the mood to fight Wang Baoli. He glared at Wang Baoli, as if he was searing this grudge deep in his heart, before forcing his anger down and bringing his white donkey away. What the hell was all that about? Wang Baoli was furious as well. He stared at the direction his donkey had escaped, then smirked. He returned to his residence and waited for the donkey to come back. Chapter 346, A New Region Confirmed. Chapter 346, A New Region Confirmed. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The donkey didn't return the entire night. Wang Baoli wasn't in a rush. Even though his extended senses couldn't tell him where the donkey was, he knew that it was still alive. He trained while he waited. He was going to give it 3 days. If the donkey hadn't returned by then, he would issue a command and seal its mouth shut. The donkey might have sensed the impending threat. 3 days later, late in the night, the donkey snuck back. It had a pill bottle in its mouth as it ran back. As soon as it got through the door, it dropped the bottle and kicked it towards Wang Baoli. It had a look on its face like it was being an obedient child trying to appease its parent. It was of no use, though. As soon as Wang Baoli opened his eyes, he grabbed the donkey and gave it a thrashing. The donkey cried out in pain. Wang Baoli finally gave it one last angry kick. Tearing the house down just because you haven't had a beating in 3 days. Say, are you stupid? Don't you know there's this thing called silencing others once you're done? You stupid ass, you should learn how to clean up after yourself. Wang Baoli glared at the donkey, like a teacher furious with his unrepentant student, and kicked it again. The donkey didn't cry out this time. There was a considering look in its eyes. The look on its face turned serious a moment later. It seemed to think what Wang Baoli had said was right. It turned its head in the direction of the military base and glared with violence in its eyes and snorted a few times. Wang Baoli couldn't be bothered with the donkey. He gave it another round of verbal lashing before picking up the pill bottle and opening it. He didn't know what the pills in the bottle were, but they smelled all right. The donkey must have found it somewhere. He snorted, kept the bottle, and yelled at the donkey again. If you're gonna be an ass, you should at least try to be a smartass. If you do this again, I'll cook you for dinner. Wang Baoli shrugged. He could feel his anger dissipate. He decided to go back to his meditation. The donkey might have been screaming like a pig earlier, but it was still a beast. Its cultivation had advanced, and its physical body had grown stronger. The earlier cries had mostly been a pretense. The donkey saw Wang Baoli ignoring him and climbed to its feet sturdily. There were no signs of it being abused. It was as if it had grown used to such beatings and hadn't even felt any pain. There was a look of deliberation in its eyes though. It gazed in the direction of the military base again, as if considering the possibility of silencing its accomplice. It was clear that while the idea seemed pretty straightforward, its execution wasn't as simple as it seemed. The donkey might be quite stupid, but it still had some self-preservation instincts. It knew that it would invite more trouble and might have to run for its life if it really executed the plan. It sighed and snorted through its nose, deciding to give up on the idea. However, it kept the idea of silencing its accomplices after doing the deed in its mind. At that thought, the donkey snuck a glance at Wang Baoli. There was an inkling of human emotion in its eyes. It was idolization. It truly felt that its master was an amazing person. He had taught it all these important principles, which had all turned out to be true. He had told it that it should retaliate. That's what it had done. Now, the white donkey trembled in fear whenever it saw it. The donkey grew pleased with itself at that thought. Time passed steadily as it continued to sneak glances at its master. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the donkey had become more obedient. It still left the house early in the day and returned late at night, but it seemed like it was no longer visiting the military base. Wang Baoli was too busy to keep a constant eye on it anyway. He was busy refining his construction puppets. He had perfected the design. What was taking up his time now was the mass production and modifications. He had also been keeping track of news about the new Mars region. Through the many channels he had, he finally pieced together quite a complete picture of the situation. His excitement grew as he brainstormed over how to increase his chances of success. He didn't bother with the donkey. It ran wild, seeking its own food and saving Wang Baoli from having to buy too many snacks. The news about the plans to create a new Mars region slowly spread within a select circle these 2 weeks. The various political forces in the Federation soon began to place great importance on the initiative. They started to compete with one another. Everything was eventually finalized. The Martian government soon issued an announcement. There was going to be a new city zone built on Mars. The new city zone would be built in a designated location in the wilderness. It would be larger than any of the city zones in the current Martian colony city. The initial plans showed that the size of this new city zone would be 1/10 of the current city. It was clearly a big-scale initiative. A new city zone would naturally need its own branch of administration that followed the Federation structure, and the person in charge of running the new city zone would be designated a primary rank for noble. Regardless of who became the person running the new city zone, his office would be promoted to a primary rank for noble. A primary rank for noble was the level Grand Elders of the various pavilions in the 4 Tao colleges possessed. Most at that level would be core formation realm cultivators. There were those who were at the foundation establishment realm, but they were few. Every one of them had immense political clout. Based on the normal rate of career progression, Wang Baoli knew that he would require some time before he could rise from a secondary rank for noble to a primary rank for noble. That was even if he made significant contributions. His cultivation would have to be at a certain level as well. However, the creation of a new city zone presented a great opportunity. As long as he could be recommended to the job, he would shoot through the ranks. He not only would rise to become a primary rank for noble, but he would also control an entire city zone. Thinking about the extent of power he would possess at that point excited him, and his eyes shone with anticipation. He had dug out quite a bit of information from various channels during this period of time. He had pieced together quite a clear understanding of what the new city zone meant in the grand scheme of things and knew that it was key in the continual excavation of the divine armament. The person who controlled the new city zone would have a great advantage in the future excavations for the divine armament. None of the political forces would be able to resist such temptation. They fought viciously in private and eyed the prize with hungry eyes. Wang Baoli might not see the fight going on, but he could imagine it in his mind. After all, this would be the second divine armament to appear in the Federation. No political force would give up the chance to possess it. It would be hard for the Federation to monopolize the divine armament as well. If it didn't handle the matter properly, it might spark a fierce fight. That was why the plan for a new city zone had been concocted. On the one hand, it served the needs for further Martian colonization. On the other, it gave the various political forces in the Federation a chance to pit themselves against one another in a setting with enforced rules and regulations. The announcement had provided the rules for selection, to decide who would be the mayor of the new city zone. 10 candidates would be selected out of countless qualified applicants, and there would be an assessment trial to determine the winner. To ensure fairness, the assessment would be broadcast in real time across the entire Federation. Everyone would be able to witness the trial, and its location would be the wild plains where the new Divine Armament Zone was to be built. 10 zones surrounding the Divine Armament catacombs had been demarcated. Every candidate could bring along 10,000 people. These servants' cultivation must not surpass the candidates. They would set up camp in their zone and build a simplified model of a city based on their own proposals and blueprints. They would then be assessed through real battle. When the party of strong warriors from the Federation had investigated the catacombs where the Martian divine armament lay then, they had found many creatures that had mutated due to the power of the divine armament. Due to certain unique reasons, they couldn't immediately excavate the divine armament and could only seal the catacombs. During this trial, the seal would be partially removed so that some of the creatures inside could escape. The trial was to withstand and defend against the beast tide from the divine armament catacombs. The candidate with the last city model that remained standing after the beast tides would emerge victorious, and become the mayor of the new Mars region. The basis for the trial was to ensure that the newly selected mayor was the most suitable person qualified to build the new city zone as well as take charge of the future excavations for the divine armament. He or she must be skilled in the planning of the city zone and its defense. The first round of selection was to select 10 candidates. Every applicant would have to submit a proposal detailing how he or she planned to build the city zone. They would have to describe and draw their plans out. The proposal would be judged by the governor and a few others, and the panel would single out the 10 best proposals. The designers would be the 10 finalists. It was an assessment that judged one on both theory and practice. It seemed like a fair assessment, but it also presented opportunities for unfairness. Every candidate had their own political forces backing them, and everyone had at least 10,000 helpers. The political forces backing them would pour in all their resources to support their candidates. This was, however, the best that they could do. Everyone was, after all, eyeing the divine armament hungrily. The condition to allow 10,000 servants to assist the candidate was something the various political forces had all agreed on. This was a good outcome for the Martian colony governor. These external political forces were contributing to the expansion of the Martian colony. She knew that the competition would be intense. Regardless, the divine armament was on Mars. She was the governor of this planet. No matter who won in the end, they would have to abide by her rules and show her a bit of respect. She had no preferences over whom the new mayor would affiliate himself or herself to. She only had one condition, and that was, the applicant must be stationed on Mars prior to application. Many cultivators, including Wang Baoli, in the Martian colony city, were roused when they heard about that singular requirement. Chapter 347, Self-Reliant Wang Baoli. Chapter 347, Self-Reliant Wang Baoli. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I knew it. A primary rank for noble. Wang Baoli started pacing in his office excitedly after he read the announcement. His eyes were shining with a bright greedy light, and his heart started racing. He wanted this new appointment in the new Mars region so much. He even remembered what the sect lord of the ethereal Tao College had said. To become a Grand Elder of a Tao College's pavilion and a primary rank for noble, one needed to have core formation realm cultivation and sufficient experience. Time was also required for that to happen. All three conditions had to be met. He had also been indirectly involved when Chen Yutong's teacher had fought from being a normal elder to become a Grand Elder. That took almost 6 months before he had finally acquired his promotion. He had fought and won against other competitors during the process. That had been a challenge. A pavilion's Grand Elder and the mayor of the new Mars region might be both primary rank for nobles, but the extent of power they wielded was drastically different. Wang Baoli was overwhelmed with excitement at that thought. He studied the various ways to become a potential candidate carefully again. Then, he thought hard. The selection criteria for becoming a candidate is obviously based on theory. If the theory passes the mark, the candidate will have to implement it and put it to the test in the Divine Armament Zone. This will be broadcasted live across the entire planet. This means that baseless grand plans won't work. Even if one got through and became a candidate, if their theory can't be put into practice, they won't be able to rise to become the new city zone's mayor. What kind of proposal should I submit? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He thought for a long while. Then, his eyes flashed. A bold idea popped into his head. Since we're going to implement this, why don't I use my Eternal Fortress blueprints, which I've worked so long on, as the proposal? Wang Baoli's breath quickened at that thought. He had decided to build his own stronghold after he had seen and grown envious of Jin Duoming's stronghold. It took a great deal of his time and energy. He had even prepared quite a sizable army of construction puppets. This had been a hobby that had been a result of his own materialistic desires and his proficiency in refining. Now, as he read the announcement and went through the requirements, Wang Baoli suddenly felt that nothing could beat submitting his own stronghold for the proposal. I'm going to build something gigantic, that is both a stronghold and a city. Wang Baoli's heartbeat started racing, and his eyes sparkled. He never thought there was a chance his stronghold would come to be of use when he had designed it. This was an unintentional boon. He couldn't help his excitement. This felt like predestination. It was as if he was fated to win this. Seems like everything's been written in the stars. It's fated that I, Wang Baoli, will rise and leave an everlasting mark on Mars. Wang Baoli burst out into laughter. He quickly pulled out the blueprints of his stronghold and made some modifications. He made up his mind, he was going to become the new mayor of the new city zone. As Wang Baoli went about his preparations, Kong Dao, Zhuo Yixian, Li Yi and the rest were also making their own preparations. They were all tempted by the newly created post for the new Mars region and the important role it would play in the future. The political forces supporting them had also done their homework and were excited about their representatives becoming a candidate, and potentially emerging as the new city zone's mayor. This was true of the dominant political forces in the Federation as well. Even the Galactic Dusk Sect, which had been punished during the Mystic Lunar Realm incident, decided to join in the fight. It had already started preparing so that it might emerge victorious this time. The various political parties began their politicking and infighting. News of a new Mars region incited heated debates throughout the entire Martian colony city. There were discussions carried out on Earth as well. Countless media agencies began reporting fervently on this news unanimously, as if they had received some message from the powers that be. Time passed steadily as the debates grew more heated. Both the residents of Earth and Mars were following the news with great interest. As public attention on this matter reached a climax, the various political forces also completed their preparations. They had received the news earlier than the public and had utilized the entire establishment's resources. The structure and theory the proposal would be based on should be fairly sound, without any major flaws. Everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses when it came to their proposals. Wang Baoli had also modified and perfected his proposal. He checked it a few times before confidently submitting his application. He had appended his proposal alongside the application. He couldn't sit still at all after that. He followed the discussions regarding the new city zone that were taking place on Mars closely. He also contacted the people he knew to find out more information on what the other political forces were doing. He couldn't control his anxiety and fear over getting a candidacy. Jin Duoming might be influential, but this really means too much to me. I don't feel safe with only his help. Even if City Lord Lin has come into the picture and offered his help, it's still not a guaranteed placement. Wang Baoli pondered for a moment. Then, he pulled out his voice transmission ring and contacted the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College. As soon as the transmission connected, Wang Baoli spoke hastily. Sect Lord, the Martian government just announced that they will be setting up a new city zone. Is it possible for you to help? Wang Baoli shared the details with the Sect Lord eagerly. The words poured out of his mouth in a rush. He revealed his desire to participate and was about to request the Sect Lord's aid. It was then that the Sect Lord's exasperated sigh drifted out from the voice transmission ring. Baoli, don't participate in this matter. What? Wang Baoli froze. I've known about the new Mars region, and I've tried to fight for your candidacy. But, the 4 Dao colleges have come to a decision to pool all our resources and support Li Yi to become the mayor of the new Mars region. The Sect Lord sounded tired. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes when he heard that. While silent, he found it unacceptable. Why her? Wang Baoli finally spoke in a low voice after a moment of silence. Because she has the support of the Martian colony deputy governor, fellow Daoist Osmundus. He has spoken to the Dow colleges and promised his full support for Li Yi. With the Dow college's additional backing, Li Yi's chances of success will increase to 60 or 70%. The 4 Dow colleges is aiming for the mayorship of the new Mars region. After a joint assessment, they judged Li Yi's chances of success higher than yours, the sect lord said slowly. He felt that the decision had been unjust and was still feeling slightly sore about it, but the other 3 sect lords had given their approval. Li Yi had found herself a strong ally as well. The 4 Dow colleges might not have paid a great deal of attention to her alliance if it had been with some other political force, but this was the giant tree, the deputy governor of the Martian colony. His support was enough to persuade the 4 Dow colleges to give Li Yi their full backing. The deputy governor had suggested that the Dow colleges concentrated on one candidate instead of splitting their resources so as to ensure the greatest chance of success. The White Deer Dow College, where Li Yi had been from, had agreed and made the decision to pool their resources together for a single candidate, Li Yi. Baoli, don't make trouble. Even though you weren't chosen this time, I fought for the position of vice mayorship for you. The new city zone will have 4 vice mayors. If Li Yi succeeds, you'll become the new Mars region's vice mayor. Wang Baoli's face darkened with unhappiness as he listened to the sect lord over the voice transmission ring. He felt as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over his head. The resentment he was feeling was so strong he couldn't control what he said next. Sect Lord, I've done so much for the Dow College. I bled for the Dow College, I became one of the 100 seedlings as well, Baoli. The sect lord cut Wang Baoli off. He sighed. His tone was gentler when he spoke again, and his low voice sounded exhausted and filled with powerlessness. Baoli, the ethereal Dow College is not the one helming the 4 Dow colleges. The White Deer Dow College leads us now. The ethereal Dow College only has 1 vote. We cannot change what has been decided. The most important thing is, the deputy governor of the Martian colony has promised his full support for Li Yi. He comforted and consoled Wang Baoli for a while longer before ending the transmission. There had been regret and apology in his voice. Wang Baoli stared at his voice transmission ring as the resentment in his heart grew stronger. He glared. What's so great about having support? There's nothing wrong with having no backing. As long as I become one of the candidates, who cares about Li Yi? I'll crush her. The more Wang Baoli thought about it, the more furious he became. He clutched onto his voice transmission ring as he steeped in furious thoughts. He immediately contacted General Zhu, whom he had sold his cannons to, for help. General Zhu treated Wang Baoli's transmission seriously. The military on Earth owed Wang Baoli a debt. After he understood what Wang Baoli needed from him, he thought for a long while, then informed Wang Baoli that while the military was unable to help him with the final trial in the Divine Armament Zone, they would be able to help him obtain a place in the list of 10 candidates. They couldn't guarantee success. Regardless, his chances of success had improved. Wang Baoli was instantly moved, and they exchanged a few words before ending the transmission. Wang Baoli placed his voice transmission ring down and sucked in a deep breath. He knew that he was born from a commoner's family. He had no backing from any strong political figure or entity. Everything that he had now, he had earned through hard work. How great can these people be if they have to rely on others to back them up? I'll crush them all with my own efforts. Wang Baoli snorted. He felt that he had completed all the necessary preparations. He was still not fully confident of being placed as a candidate, but at least now, he felt that he had a greater chance than before. The days passed. 10 days later, after having gone through a few rounds of selection, the applications were narrowed down to the last 20. Their proposals were presented before the Martian colony governor and deputy governor. They would be the ones to select the final 10 candidates. Chapter 348, Almighty and Imposing. Chapter 348, Almighty and Imposing. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. 20 proposals were delivered to the Martian colony governor's office. The giant tree had carved out time from his schedule and arrived in the office. He sat opposite the governor and smiled. They chatted casually while looking through the respective jade slips. This proposal is quite creative. It proposes to use an array formation as an anchor to absorb the energies of the seal over the divine armament catacombs, and use said energy to augment its own power. The governor smiled after reading the proposal. She handed it over to the giant tree. The giant tree scanned through the proposal and caught the name of the person who submitted it. It was Shui Yixian from the 5-generation Sky Clan. He smiled and nodded his head in approval. Then, he pointed to another jade slip and handed it over to the governor. I think this is quite a good proposal as well. The city zone will be circular in shape, with 3 rings in the inner zone and another 3 in the outer zone. They are interconnected and infused with reflective powers. That'll allow smooth migration of people and serve as a protection against the divine armament's radiation. It's commendable for having considered the latter. The governor took a look after hearing that. She saw Li Yi's name on the proposal and glanced at the giant tree. She smiled slightly. Not bad, we'll take her. The giant tree smiled back without saying a word. They continued to look through the proposals. They were soon done with all 20 proposals and had easily chosen 9 candidates. There were differences in opinions for the last 10th candidate. Governor, I think the proposal submitted by Senator Chen's son, Chen Lu, fits our requirements better. Wang Baoli's proposal isn't bad, but there are clearly elements of exaggeration in it. He calls it the Eternal Fortress. I don't believe there is a stronghold in this world that can withstand everything and stand eternal. The giant tree shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to pick on Wang Baoli. Everyone already knew he disliked the young man. Instead of trying to conceal his dislike and mincing his words, he decided to express his views honestly and openly. He found it surprising that Wang Baoli's proposal had found its way into the last 20 proposals for selection. Each one of these proposals was backed and recommended by a dominant political force. That was how they had successfully made their way through the earlier rounds of selection that had eliminated countless other applicants, and gotten themselves into the last round, presented before himself and the governor. There were many who hadn't made it into the top 20 and had been eliminated in earlier rounds. They were all applicants who came from powerful political entities. Wang Baoli had succeeded when they had not. Clearly, this must have been the result of a great deal of work on his part. So what? This Eternal Fortress seems like a good idea, but it's too wild an idea. Even if there is someone backing Wang Baoli, it won't do. The giant tree sneered inwardly and looked at the governor. The governor didn't speak. She held Wang Baoli's proposal up and looked at it in detail. There was a deep, considering look in her eyes. She seemed to be weighing her decisions. She was deliberating. The Trilunaris Corporation and Lin Yu had both said good things about Wang Baoli. Even the sect lord from the ethereal Dao College had spoken to her a few days ago. It was already an incredible feat getting 3 parties to provide varying degrees of support. She had even received a voice transmission from her partner yesterday. The military had contacted him. This Wang Baoli really has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The governor's eyes were cold. She wasn't opposed to such tactics. However, she herself found Wang Baoli's proposal impractical. She agreed with the giant tree. She was about to place Wang Baoli's proposal aside when her voice transmission ring sounded. The governor lowered her head. A smile appeared on her face instantly. She rose to her feet and walked away. A shield came up around her before she started the transmission. The giant tree sat in his seat, unmoving and expression unchanged. He had noticed the look in the governor's eyes. He was confident that Wang Baoli wouldn't be selected as one of the finalists. This was a small matter. He didn't put too much attention on it. He picked up Li Yi's proposal and read through it carefully. He had promised the 4 Dao colleges his full support and had provided some advice for the proposal. The more he read it, the more pleased he became. The governor soon ended her voice transmission. She returned and sat down. She deliberated for a while before finally smiling and pointing at Wang Baoli's jade slip. Let's pick Wang Baoli as the last candidate. Surprise flashed across the giant tree's eyes when he heard that. He lifted his head and stared at the governor. There was a considering look on his face as he recalled the earlier voice transmission. Confused and still uncertain what had happened, he nodded and agreed without giving away his thoughts. The 10 candidates were finalized. The list was announced the next day throughout Mars and was broadcast in the Federation as well. The candidates immediately became the center of attention. Kong Dao, Li Yi, and Zhuo Yixian made up 3 of the 10 candidates. The other 6 candidates came from the Galactic Dusk sect, the Plume Manifestation Carnate sect as well as the Senate. They weren't well known. One of the requirements for candidacy was that the candidate had to be stationed on Mars. Most of these candidates were only chosen as representatives of their political institutions. Who they were wasn't important. What was important was the political entity backing them. As for the Senate, their candidate turned out not to be Lin Qianhao. Lin Qianhao had fulfilled the requirements, but after some discussion with his father, he had decided not to go ahead with his application. There was also a candidate from the Trilunaris Corporation, but it wasn't Jin Duoming. As for the last candidate, it was Wang Baoli. The oblivious masses wouldn't have found it surprising that Wang Baoli's name appeared in the list. His reputation and abilities were well known, and he was from the 4 Dao colleges. Those qualifications were sufficient to make him a candidate. The knowing few were surprised when they saw the list. The White Deer Dao College had contacted the Ethereal Dao College immediately when they saw the list of candidates. Their words to the latter had been stern. They were afraid of creating any misunderstanding between the Dao colleges and the giant tree. The sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College was furious when he received the stern message from the White Deer Dao College. He had exploded in a rage then. They ended up disagreeing violently with one another, without any resolution in the end. Li Yi grew immensely annoyed when she saw Wang Baoli's name. Mindful of her cultivation, she pushed aside her disdain and annoyance and sent a saccharine voice transmission to Wang Baoli to congratulate him on his candidacy. Wang Baoli didn't bother replying to Li Yi's voice transmission. He was beyond excited when he saw that he had been selected. He quickly sent his thanks to Jin Duoming, Lin Yu, as well as the military. After thinking for a moment, he sent a voice transmission to the Ethereal Dao College sect lord as well. The sect lord had found out about the name list. He smiled wryly and said nothing. After that, Wang Baoli spent all his time furiously refining construction puppets. He knew that his candidacy was only the first step. He had no advantages over the other candidates whatsoever in the final trial. It was a completely unfair fight as everyone was allowed to bring 10,000 servants. Wang Baoli had no means of doing that. He might be able to achieve it if he brought his students along, but this was not a practical solution. He had done his research. The trial had an element of danger, and the Martian colony city wouldn't provide any protection for the servants. Only the candidate would be given a jade slip. He or she could shatter the jade slip and activate the inscriptions on it to establish a connection with the Martian city's array formation. Then, the candidate could be teleported back to the Martian colony city. To activate the array formation required immense resources. It was impossible to fit everyone with a jade slip. That was why only the candidate possessed the ability to teleport out. Of course, the various political forces had their own resources. They clearly would have made their own preparations and contingency plans to ensure that the servants were given the greatest degree of protection. Wang Baoli's fighting spirit remained strong in spite of everything. It's a battle of wits. I have to be prepared. Wang Baoli geared himself up and started his preparations. He even bought some wood and made a few statues. He modified his megaphone and created an enlarged version. He did other similar preparations. When he was finally done, he could feel himself all fired up and ready to go. Then, the day of the assessment arrived. Wang Baoli rode on his donkey and arrived at the Martian port. He stared in shock at the mass of crowds around him and was stunned. 10 large cruisers were parked in the vast port, scattered across the entire port. Every cruiser had enough space around it for 10,000 people. Out of the 10 cruisers, 9 were surrounded by a crowd of people, the remaining cruiser was surrounded by a vast empty space. Wang Baoli stood alone beside it. It was too stark a juxtaposition. Wang Baoli suddenly felt a bit short of breath. He saw Li Yi and the 10,000-strong army of cultivators behind her. The weakest one amongst them was at the peak of the ancient martial realm. There were quite a few at the true breath realm and even a number of foundation establishment realm cultivators, more than 100 of them. Many were from the Ethereal Tao College. They had noticed Wang Baoli. The looks on their faces were unnatural. They seemed slightly sheepish. Wang Baoli didn't notice their guilty looks. He was reeling from the strong presence of Li Yi and her army of cultivators. The fighting spirit in his heart wilted as he sucked in a breath. He took a look at Kong Dao, Zhuo Yixian, and the other candidates. Everyone had an army of 10,000 people behind them. The 9 candidates formed 9 armies in the wide sky port. Their fierce presence would rouse the spirits of everyone who saw them. The idea of a 10,000-strong army, and the reality when one actually saw it, were two vastly different things. Wang Baoli distinctly felt that difference. He hadn't realized it earlier, but now, his eyes stared widely. The look on his face had transformed. He stared at the 9 troops and looked back at himself, where he stood, and the wide empty space around him. He lowered his head and saw the donkey huddling between his legs, obviously terrified. He couldn't help the rising fear in his heart. His entrance had drawn the attention of the other parties. It was impossible not to notice him. The others had all made their grand entrances. Their people crowded around them. Only Wang Baoli stood in his wide empty lot, alone with his donkey. The vast emptiness inspired a certain special tragic loneliness. Everyone, be it Li Yi, Kong Dao, or the other candidates, all had a strange look on their faces. A few even started laughing openly. So what? One of me can take all of them. Right, Scram? Come, tell me, what do you call them? Wang Baoli shoved down his feelings of inadequacy, gritted his teeth, and patted the donkey on the head. The donkey forced itself to stop trembling. After Wang Baoli patted it on the head, it let loose a loud shrieking bray into the air. Sun! Sun! Wang Baoli suddenly felt the atmosphere change as it brayed. Chapter 349, A Donkey for Starters. Chapter 349, A Donkey for Starters. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The candidates and their servants had either strange or mocking expressions on their faces when they looked at Wang Baoli. The Martian colony governor and deputy governor, as well as many of the Martian administration, were at the command center. They saw the scene and blinked. Some pretended they hadn't seen it, while others shook their heads and smiled wryly. They didn't have high hopes for Wang Baoli. This had nothing to do with Wang Baoli himself. The trial might not be fixed, but it was a battlefield for the various political forces. Every one of them had poured in a lot of their resources and expended a lot of energy into their preparations. The servants they had prepared for their candidate were armed with a comprehensive range of skills. They had brought along combat cultivators, array formation cultivators, and dharmic armament cultivators. They had everything prepared so that they could overcome whatever obstacle they came across. They had come to understand what had happened to Wang Baoli. The other political entities had also dug up what had happened. They knew that Wang Baoli had made the decision to go against the arrangements of the 4 Tao colleges. He had unilaterally applied for candidacy. Everyone had the same assessment regarding his decision. Wang Baoli had no one supporting him. Even if he had been chosen as a candidate, what awaited him was a tragic failure. There was no need to compare oneself with him. He was but one man. His resources were paltry compared to the other candidates. The main objective of this trial was to set up a line of defense in the short span of time available before the beast tide descended upon them. As they held the beast tide back, they had to fight against time and construct the base for the new city zone so that they could defend against stronger waves of beast tides, and remain standing at the end. Wang Baoli was a one-man party with no resources. He was going to shatter his jade slip and teleport out after making a brief appearance in the entire trial. He was going to be eliminated from the selection. He's still young. This is a fight between the various political forces. It's not possible for a lone candidate with no support to win. There's no chance. This Wang Baoli is being quite foolish here. This is a farce. That's right. I heard the White Deer Tao College was furious. The college actually openly criticized the Ethereal Tao College. While everyone was sighing in the command center, the giant tree remained expressionless. He had a faint sneer on his lips as he stared at the distant figure of Wang Baoli. In his opinion, Wang Baoli had overestimated himself this time. Does he think this is the mystic lunar realm? They were either deep in discussion or shaking their heads. The governor couldn't bear to see this continue, so she issued a command. Get the cruisers to take off. The trial will commence as soon as the cruisers reach the divine armament zone. All 10 cruisers in the port immediately roared to life as soon as the governor issued her orders. They were ready to take off any time. Li Yi and the other candidates received the notification and immediately raced for their cruisers. As Li Yi boarded her cruiser, she gave Wang Baoli a sweet smile. Then, she entered her cruiser. In the privacy of the cruiser, with no one else but her around, condescension and disdain shone clearly in her eyes. That pig! She cursed. Li Yi was extremely pleased at the moment. She imagined that once she became the new zone's mayor, she might not have to continue with the heartless willow art. After all, her status would be changed then. She could no longer stand to flirt with Wang Baoli. She not only found that disgusting but shameful as well. While Li Yi was deep in thought, Shui Yixian had boarded his own cruiser as well. He had a sneer on his face the entire time. He didn't hide the hostility in his eyes as he stared at Wang Baoli. His thoughts were similar to Li Yi's. He was scornful and proud. You're only one of many graduates from the 4 Dao colleges. Without their support, you're just trash. Kong Dao didn't display his disdain and enmity as openly. However, he had never held any friendly feelings towards Wang Baoli. His views of him had worsened because of what had happened to his white donkey. He gave Wang Baoli an icy stare, then ignored him entirely. The other candidates did the same. Some didn't hide their mockery as they shook their heads and laughed at Wang Baoli. They looked at him as if he were a clown. They didn't pay him any further attention and boarded their own cruisers. Wang Baoli didn't see some of these looks directed at him. The others, he caught clearly. They made him angrier. So what if you have status and your family backing you? I'm my own backing. Wang Baoli shoved his annoyance down. He clenched his teeth and headed for his cruiser. He and his donkey boarded the cruiser that could seat 10,000 people. He stared at the wide space before him and thought it felt great. At least he had space. The 10 cruisers lifted off and dashed away at full speed. They sped across the Martian wilderness, reaching their destination in 6 hours. Wang Baoli's excitement grew as they approached. This was the first time he had been so far away from the colony city. The travel had taken such a long time. Their progress was slow because there was strong, disruptive radiation surrounding the periphery of the divine armament zone. It was like an electromagnetic force that dragged the cruisers down. They had no choice but to slow down. There were loud collisions heard outside the cruiser. The 10,000-seat cruiser rocked turbulently as it flew. However, if one were to take a look outside, one would see clear skies and nothing else. Wang Baoli was shocked by the sight. As the cruiser flew ahead, the ground slowly turned from snowy white plains to lands with exposed patches of red earth. The nearer they got to their destination, the more startling and exposed the red earth was. The entire land looked like it was drenched in fresh blood. It was a disturbing sight to everyone who was seeing it for the first time. Another hour passed. The 10 cruisers finally made their way steadily across the blood-red lands. Mountain ranges began to appear before the passengers' eyes. Their breathing grew uneven. Finally, they reached their destination. The divine armament zone. This was the center, the belly of the Martian planet. It stood far away from the Martian colony city, and mountains covered the lands. The catacombs in which the divine armament was hidden was amongst the mountains. There was a vast plain amidst the towering peaks. From afar, it looked like a valley. This plain was where the new Mars region was going to be built. There was a gigantic catacombs in the middle of the plain, and a colorless, glowing seal blanketed the whole. It ensured that everything in the catacombs stayed inside. One could see numerous gruesome-looking beasts headbutting the seal. The seal shone every time anything collided into it. Its blinding light colored the skies. One could hear the faint, frustrated growls of beasts ringing out from inside the sealed catacombs. They resounded in the air. The 10 cruisers approached steadily. Everyone on board immediately saw the 10 zones spread out around the catacombs on land. The 10 zones bordered one another, and there was a clear boundary between each zone. Inside each zone was a vast land empty of buildings, though some areas were blanketed in strange plant life. The cruisers soon landed. As soon as the engines were killed, Li Yi and the other candidates leaped off their cruisers. They led their servants and rushed for the various zones. They seemed to have spoken to one another earlier and had claimed a zone for themselves. Everyone made their way forward in an orderly manner. It took but a few moments before everyone found the zones they had decided upon earlier. There wasn't a moment's delay as they issued commands swiftly. Their servants immediately pulled out countless resources from their storage bracelets and started construction rapidly. This was what Wang Baoli saw when he got out of his cruiser. In 9 of the 10 zones, servants bustled around, pulling out various building materials and ingredients. Even though Wang Baoli had mentally prepared himself for this, he couldn't help salivating at the sight. "They're so rich," he muttered, then sighed. He saw the last abandoned zone that no one seemed to care for. It was covered in dead weeds and rotting trees. It seemed more barren than a desert. Unwilling to call it quits, Wang Baoli rushed forward and decided to start with weed removal first. After the first few yanks, he found out that the weeds were really sturdy. It would have been fine if he had more people with him, but if he was the only one doing this, it would take a long time before he could clear such a large area of all its grass. "That's too much. They didn't even discuss with me before leaving me the worst piece of land." Wang Baoli felt aggrieved. He had half a mind to pull out his construction puppets, but it wasn't the time to reveal them yet. He turned towards the donkey. "Asshat, eat." Wang Baoli coughed. The donkey took one bite and almost threw up. Before it could do that, it saw the hostile look Wang Baoli was giving it, and it cowered instead. It stared sorrowfully at the other crowded and bustling zones before lowering its head in resignation and continuing its nibbling. The 10 cruisers rose steadily into the air. They hovered in mid-air and started filming from various different angles. At the same time, the live streaming across the entire Federation started. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of families across the Federation got a look at the Divine Armament Zone through the spirit screens belonging to various media companies. They saw Li Yi and the others busy with construction in the 9 zones. Naturally, they also saw Wang Baoli, alone, with his hands behind his back, kicking the donkey scornfully as it nibbled grass slowly. His lonesome figure immediately and forcefully captured the attention of countless stunned viewers. Chapter 350, The First Beast Tide. Chapter 350, The First Beast Tide. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. What's going on? Is that Fatty Wang Baoli? Is this what a legendary hero looks like? He must be it. There's no other way to explain why he's alone while others have a 10,000-man setup. And that donkey. I remember a legend that begins with a donkey. Every viewer in the Federation was shocked. The difference in resources in this trial was simply too striking. Compared to the bustling zones crowded with countless people, Wang Baoli had only himself and a donkey. He immediately caught everyone's attention. Commotion spread across every city. Many from the 4 Dao colleges were also following the live stream. They were all stunned when they saw the scene. Those from the White Deer Dao College immediately showed their disdain. A few even started to joke mockingly. Pandering to the masses. He doesn't know his own limits. The reactions of those in the Ethereal Dao College were completely different from those in the White Deer Dao College. Liu Daobin and the others had been stunned when they saw the sight of Wang Baoli and his donkey, but Liu Daobin had reacted swiftly. He eyed the silent crowd and immediately cheered. "That's what I call the greatest senior brother our Ethereal Dao College has ever seen. Did you guys see that?" The fearless attitude. As if proclaiming that he alone can take on 10,000 others. Liu Daobin tried his best to pull together some semblance of speech and spoke loudly. As soon as his words rang out, many in the crowd immediately responded positively. They looked at Liu Daobin with respect in their eyes. It was quite a feat he had achieved, stringing together such a pretty speech. The sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College was watching the live streaming as well. He smacked his forehead. He was speechless. At the same time, his heart ached for Wang Baoli, but he could only sigh. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yameng were watching the live stream at different locations too. There was exasperation on their faces, but no hint of surprise or shock. They were already used to Wang Baoli's antics. The residents of Earth and Mars were in an uproar. All the teachers and students in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy were tuning in. Jin Duiji's voice was the loudest, but compared to Liu Daobin, what he said sounded slightly less polished. He had focused on the heroic figure that Wang Baoli was displaying. Wang Baoli had stolen the limelight and drawn all eyes to him, but he was oblivious to it all. He wasn't even thinking about how the people watching the live stream might feel. He himself was simmering in frustration. He was extremely unhappy with the speed the donkey was eating the grass. He observed the two zones sandwiching his. One belonged to Zhui Yixian, another to a candidate from the Martian military. The latter was shameless. Each one of his servants was equipped with 10 Baoli cannons. When the 100,000 Baoli cannons lined up together, they created a majestic sight. That wasn't the end of it. Zhui Yixian was even more infuriating. In a short span of time, his servants had gone to work like madmen and built a towering city wall. The wall was made of metal and black in color. His 10,000 servants carried out numerous fire god cannons, as well as other large Dharma artifacts as the construction progressed. It was clear that his city model was going to possess considerable offensive and defensive capabilities. This was only the basic framework. The other candidates had done something similar as well. The most impressive model was not from Zhui Yixian or the candidate from the Martian military, but Li Yi. Li Yi had gotten her 10,000 servants to set up an array formation. From afar, lines of light crisscrossed one another where she stood, forming a gigantic disk that gave off an immense, powerful spirit chi. Its glowing seemed to resonate with that of the seal over the divine armament catacombs. That was truly an incredible feat. Luckily, I was prepared before I came here. Wang Baoli cheered for and consoled himself. He tried to ignore the elaborate construction taking place in the 9 zones around him, but he couldn't help sneaking a few glances at them. He saw how the basic structure of their city models steadily formed under the help of their respective 10,000 helpers, and couldn't control his emotions. His eyes felt watery, and his heart ached with bitterness at the sight. He turned and saw the donkey slacking. Furious at its unrepentant attitude, he kicked it. "Quick, get to work." The donkey turned and gave Wang Baoli a sad look, as if it had been abused without cause. It continued to nibble listlessly at the grass. Time passed steadily. An hour went by. The entire Federation watched in real time as Li Yi and the other 8 candidates continued their work in their respective zones. Their work had shown some results, and it was clear that what they had built was capable of holding up against the beast tide. They had numbers on their side. Everyone knew there was no time to waste and spared no time as they worked frantically. Sounds of explosions and clashing rang in the air as the zones bustled with activity. The city structures in the zones looked sturdy and impressive. In Wang Baoli's zone, there remained him alone and a donkey. The donkey kept trying to steal breaks to the point of staging a revolt in the end. Despite multiple kicks from Wang Baoli, it stopped working. Instead, it sprawled on the ground and snorted. It wouldn't get back up to its feet and instead started rolling around in the grass. The residents of the Federation watched with strange looks on their faces. Wang Baoli sighed. He stared at the vast expanse of his zone and its barren land. Then, he walked over to a spot he had found earlier. The ground there was slightly softer. The patch of land had been covered in weeds. The donkey might be lazy, but it had started its weed extermination on that patch of land. That was why it was relatively clean of grass. After taking a few steps, Wang Baoli sighed again. He patted his storage bracelet and, under the stunned gazes of the viewers watching from outside the divine armament zone, pulled out a small chair. He placed the chair on the ground and sat on it. Then, as if bored, he pulled out a bag of chicken wings from his storage bracelet and started eating. A distance away, the donkey's eyes started sparkling. It dashed over and crouched before Wang Baoli. It stared unblinkingly at the wings and began to drool. It started fawning, and its tail began to wag furiously. "Are you a dog or a donkey? Where did you learn such a stupid habit? Wagging your tail. You're an embarrassment," Wang Baoli glared. Then, sparing a thought for the donkey's feelings, he reluctantly flung the chicken bones of the wings he had left over. The donkey didn't seem to mind at all. With a loud crunch, it bit into the bones and swallowed them. Then, it continued to wag its tail. The entire thing was caught on the live stream by everyone in the Federation. They had been paying attention to Wang Baoli. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw him sitting down and snacking. What sort of courage must one have, to even be able to eat at this critical time? No wonder he's so fat. This Wang Baoli is a bit too much. The donkey is so adorable and even helped him with his work, but he only threw bones at it. The fatty even checked if there was any meat left before giving the bones to the donkey. My heart weeps for the donkey. Countless gasps of shock resounded in the homes across the Federation. The sect lord of the ethereal Dao College placed his palm over his forehead, utterly speechless. Liu Daobin was stunned as well. He racked his brains, then smacked his thigh suddenly. This is the face of a man fearless before death and danger. Everyone else is nervous and afraid, but our great senior Wang Baoli remains composed. You may think he's eating, but in truth, he is showing the world that he's calm and untroubled by the challenges he is faced with. He has been gifted with wisdom. He has a plan. The students heard what Liu Daobin had said, and their admiration and respect grew. Not for Wang Baoli, but for Liu Daobin. Liu Daobin felt he had reacted quite quickly as well and felt pleased with himself. Then, while no one else was looking, he quickly turned on his voice transmission ring and whispered into it. Say no more, I owe Wang Baoli a great debt. Even if the odds on Li Yi are 3 to 1 and his are 1,000 to 1, I'm still going to bet 10 spirit stones on Wang Baoli. Help me place 1,000 spirit stones on Li Yi too. Due to the scale of the new Mars region trial and the attention it was generating, many important figures who rarely made public appearances in the Federation had emerged and set up temporary gambling dens for the event. News of this had spread throughout the Federation. Both common folk and cultivators were allowed to participate. The odds for Wang Baoli was 1,000 to 1 while Li Yi's was 3 to 1. As the trial progressed, more and more bets were placed. Compared to Wang Baoli, the most popular betting choice was Li Yi. Time passed steadily. Wang Baoli and his donkey had eaten 10 bags of chicken wings. It was then that a deafening thunder erupted from within the sealed divine armament catacombs that sat in the middle of the 10 candidates' respective zones. It was deafening like thunder. As it resonated in the air, a somber expression appeared on the faces of Li Yi and the other candidates. They barked out orders, and a portion of their people separated from the rest and prepared for battle. They all knew that the real trial had just begun. Wang Baoli lifted his head and glanced over as well. At that precise moment, the seal over the divine armament catacombs thinned considerably. Openings appeared in the seal. Instantly, the howlings and roars of beasts erupted from the catacombs. Gruesome-looking beasts, seemingly in the state of partial decomposition, crawled out of the catacombs through the openings. Madness and violence colored their eyes. They surged out swiftly like violent waves.